Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I've had my fair share of moments where the darkness has played tricks on my mind, but there's one instance that still makes my palms sweat just thinking about it. It's the kind of thing I never talk about because it feels so weird, like maybe I've just imagined the whole thing, but I know it wasn't a dream. Even now, if I lie down in bed too quietly, I can feel that unease crawl up my spine. It happened during the summer, around 5 in the morning, when the world is still holding on to the last bit of the night before the sun breaks over the horizon. I had spent the night just like any other, playing video games, browsing the internet, scrolling through random pages, my eyes glued to the screen and my brain lost in the distraction. It wasn't a good habit, I know, but it was the summer and I didn't have much else to do. My mom couldn't stand me staying up all night. She'd always tell me I was messing up my sleep schedule, but tonight I was lucky. I had already climbed into bed when I heard her footsteps coming up the stairs. I could hear them clearly, the slow, deliberate steps that echoed through the house. My mom wasn't the kind of person to sneak around. She was always loud and straightforward, so when I heard her, I knew what was coming. She'd open my door, peek in, and tell me to go to bed, but by the time she got to my room, I was already pretending to be asleep. I wasn't trying to get away with anything, just hoping she'd go back downstairs and leave me alone. I wasn't hurting anyone by staying up. I figured I'd be fine. I lay there, eyes closed, my body still and breathing slow. My ears strained to catch every sound, every creak of the floorboards, the hum of the fridge in the kitchen, the soft tick of the clock on the wall. The house was quiet, aside from the occasional rustle of leaves outside, but then I heard it, her footsteps moving past my door. The faint creak of the floorboard in the hallway. She didn't stop. She walked past and into the room next door, the one that used to be my parents' study, but was mostly just filled with old furniture now. It was a room that never really got used much, and to be honest, my mom didn't go in there often. That's when I felt it, a strange, creeping feeling in my stomach. It wasn't like her to go into that room at this hour. She never spent time in there. I don't even know why I remembered it so clearly, but the sound of the door opening and closing behind her stuck with me. I could hear it in my mind, the soft click as the door shut, as though it was meant to be closed quietly. The odd thing was that she never came out. I waited, keeping my eyes shut, but my mind awake. I was trying not to make a sound, trying to pretend like I was still asleep, but the more I thought about it, the stranger it felt. I had no idea what she was doing in there, and I couldn't let it go. 5 minutes passed, and I still hadn't heard her footsteps leaving the room. Normally, after she came in, told me to sleep, and made sure everything was quiet, she'd leave. But not tonight. It was too strange. Finally, I couldn't stand it anymore. I threw the covers off and slid out of bed, careful not to make a sound. My heart pounded in my chest as I stepped across the cool floorboards, each step making a small creak that felt way too loud in the silence. I stood there for a moment, my hand hovering over the doorknob of the room next to mine. I felt like I was being ridiculous, but my gut told me I had to know what was going on. Maybe she'd fallen asleep in there. Maybe she was waiting for me to come out. I couldn't just lie there anymore, wondering. I turned the knob slowly, the metal cold beneath my fingers. The door swung open with barely a sound, and I stepped into the room, the cool air hitting my face like a sudden gust of wind. My eyes scanned the room, searching for her. But there was nothing. The room was empty. No sign of my mom at all. No sound of breathing, no movement, nothing at all. I stood there, frozen. My breath caught in my throat. I could feel my heart beating harder now, faster, in my chest. My stomach churned, and I suddenly felt sick. I didn't know what to think. I remembered so clearly seeing her walk into that room. I remembered hearing the door close behind her. How could she just be gone? How could she have left without a sound? It didn't make any sense. My mind raced, trying to figure out what happened. Maybe I had imagined the whole thing. But no, my memory was too clear. I had heard her, seen her, even heard the door close. I checked the closet, looked under the desk, behind the chair. I even peeked in the small cabinet by the window. There was nothing. The room was completely empty. No sign of anyone ever having been there. No sound, no movement, just the stillness of the room. A wave of dread washed over me, making my hands shake. My skin felt too tight, like I was caught in a dream that I couldn't wake up from. I closed the door behind me, backing out of the room slowly, my mind racing with questions I didn't have answers to. Was it possible that I had just been too tired? Was I just imagining things? I didn't know. But the more I thought about it, the more I could feel something crawling along the edges of my mind, something I couldn't explain, something that made everything feel wrong. I went back to my room, but sleep wouldn't come. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. I tried to convince myself that it was nothing. Maybe I was just too tired. But the more I tried to push it out of my mind, the clearer the memory became. The sound of my mom's footsteps, the door opening, the way she had walked past me so casually, and then the room, empty. So empty. I lay there for what felt like hours, my mind spinning with the thought that someone, had been in that room, and I had seen it, but there was no explanation for it. No reason why she would have been in there. It didn't make sense. By the time morning finally came, I was exhausted. My head throbbed, my stomach still twisted with unease. I didn't want to tell anyone about it. Didn't want to sound crazy, but I couldn't shake the feeling. My mom came in, just like usual, asking me if I had gotten any sleep. I didn't say anything. I just nodded, too tired to talk. As the day went on, I tried to forget about it. Tried to tell myself that it was nothing. But even now, when I'm home alone and it's quiet, and the light from outside fades into darkness, I can still hear those footsteps in my mind. The door closing behind her. The room empty. And I can't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, but every time I walk past that room, I feel a weight on my chest, a sense of something being just a little off, and I can't explain it. I've been back to that room since then, looked inside, even stood there in the doorway, but nothing's ever the same. It's always just a room, empty, quiet, just like it's supposed to be. But I can't forget the way it felt that night. The way the room seemed to breathe with something I couldn't see. It's the kind of feeling that sticks with you, a nagging doubt in the back of your mind. Every time I walk through that hallway, I feel that tightness in my chest again. And though I try to convince myself it was nothing, I'll never truly shake the feeling that I'm not the only one who's ever been in that room. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was just the dark playing tricks on me, but part of me still wonders if I'll ever get an answer. I was about 8 or 9 years old when this happened, and back then, the world felt both small and big at the same time. My house was on a quiet residential street, the kind where you knew most of the people who lived there. The street was narrow, and not many cars came through, so it felt safe. It was also a place where the sounds of the neighborhood, the laughter of kids, the hum of lawnmowers, and the distant buzz of traffic made everything feel like it was in its right place. I had a ritual back then, one I loved. After school, I would ride my bike to the corner one street over from our house to meet my older brother's bus. He was in high school, and I always felt proud of him. When he'd get off the bus, he'd come over to me, grab my handlebars, and lift me onto the front of his bike. I'd sit there, gripping the bars tightly as he took off down the road, speeding past houses and trees. The wind would whip through my hair, and I'd feel like I was flying. On that particular day, my dad told me not to go. He always had his reasons, of course, but I remember thinking he was just being overprotective. I felt so sure that everything would be fine. It wasn't like I was going far, and the street was just around the corner. I didn't see any harm in it, so I decided to go anyway. The corner where I waited was busy. It was a main road, where cars came and went, and buses pulled over to drop people off. It was the kind of place where you could watch the world pass by. The big, noisy cars, the bikes, and sometimes the odd person walking or running. I loved it, mostly because I felt like I was part of something bigger when I was there. I could hear the rumble of engines and the clatter of passing bikes, all moving around me in a steady rhythm. I stood there waiting. It didn't take long for the first group of beakies to roll past. There were maybe 6 or 8 of them, all riding side by side, their leather jackets glinting in the sunlight. They weren't bothering anyone, just moving along with a sense of purpose, the sound of their engines mixing with the other noises of the street. I watched them as they passed, fascinated by the loud growl of their bikes. A few cars drove by after that, and I almost forgot about the beakies. But then I saw 2 more approaching. At first, I didn't think much of it. It wasn't unusual to see beakies around, especially with their loud, rumbling bikes. But when the two of them got closer, something about them made me freeze. I couldn't explain it, but it was like an instinct kicked in. I didn't recognize them, and they didn't seem like the kind of beakies who were just passing through. They had a look about them, something cold, something unsettling. They rode side by side, and I could feel their eyes on me as they drew nearer. I didn't move. I just stood there, watching them, and I could tell they were staring at me too. It wasn't a friendly glance. It was more like a gaze that made my heart skip a beat. One of the beakies on the left spoke to his friend, something I couldn't hear over the noise of their bikes, but I could see his lips move. He pointed at me, and I felt a shiver run down my spine. I knew, right then and there, that they were going to come after me. The beakies were on the left side of the road, and I was on the right, so they would have to wait until they could turn. As soon as I saw them slow down, my heart raced. I didn't know what to do. The fear hit me like a cold wave, and my legs felt like they were made of lead. I knew I needed to get away, but I couldn't think clearly. Instead of running to the gas station just up the street, where I could have hidden behind the large concrete pillars, or at least called for help, I did the opposite. I decided to ride down the middle of the street, as if I could outrun them. I told myself I'd make it home before they could catch up, but deep down, I knew it wasn't a good idea. I took off. I pedaled harder than I ever had, trying to move faster than I could ever remember moving before. The world around me started to blur. I couldn't see the road clearly, couldn't make out the cars or the people. Just the feeling of my legs pumping furiously as I tried to escape. My hands were gripping the handlebars so tight, I thought they might break off. The wind hit my face, hard, and I felt my breath catch in my chest. I wasn't even sure if I was going in the right direction anymore. All I could focus on was the sound of my bike's wheels spinning and the pounding of my heart in my ears. But then, something strange happened. As I pushed myself faster, I began to feel lightheaded. My vision went black at the edges, and I could feel my body growing weak. I could smell something, a strange, salty smell, and it was only then that I realized what it was: fish. It hit me like a wave, sharp and pungent, and I suddenly became aware of the rough pavement beneath me. Then everything went dark. I don't know how long I was out, but when I woke up, I was lying in the middle of the road, barely able to move. My arms and legs felt heavy, and my head was spinning. The smell of fish was still in the air, and when I blinked my eyes, trying to clear the haze, I saw a woman standing over me. She had been cleaning fish on her front porch, and her face was etched with concern. I could barely focus on her, but I could tell she was worried. I tried to move, but my body wouldn't respond. I just lay there, paralyzed with fear and confusion. The woman looked toward the road and saw the two beakies coming down the street. They hadn't gotten far, and now they were approaching. I didn't know what to do, but she did. She stood over me, blocking my body from their view, as though she were guarding me from whatever they might have done. The beakies got halfway down the road before they slowed to a stop. They weren't directly in front of us, but they were close enough. They stared at the woman, and I could see their faces as they slowly looked us over. The tension was thick in the air, and my chest was tight with fear. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe properly. I just lay there, too afraid to make a sound. After a long, drawn-out pause, they turned their bikes and rode off, back in the direction they came from. They never looked back. It was like they had made a decision, and that decision was to leave us alone. The woman stayed by my side for a few more minutes, watching the beakies ride off. She didn't speak, but I could feel the relief wash over her. When she was sure they were gone, she gently helped me sit up, though I felt like I couldn't hold myself up at all. I had no energy, no strength. My head was still spinning. After a while, she helped me to my feet and took me to her house. She kept me there for what felt like hours, though it was probably just 30 minutes or so. I didn't say a word, couldn't find the strength to explain what had happened. Eventually, she led me down a back lane to my house. I was so exhausted I could barely keep my eyes open, but I felt safe again. As we neared my home, I could see my dad standing in the yard, his face worried, probably wondering where I had been. The woman gave me a quick, kind smile before walking back to her house. I never saw her again after that day. When I got inside, my dad asked me what had happened, but I didn't have the words. I just told him I got scared and that I had been out too long. He didn't press, though I could tell he was relieved to see me safe. To this day, I still don't know exactly what those beakies intended. Maybe they were just messing with me, or maybe they saw something in me that made them want to follow. But the fear I felt that day never left me. I was never the same after that. When I see groups of beakies, my heart still races, and the feeling of vulnerability, that fear of being watched, comes rushing back. I don't know why they stopped or what made them leave, but I'll never forget the woman who helped me, standing over me and keeping me hidden. She saved me that day, even if she never knew it. The day my grandfather died, I was sick. Not just the kind of sick where you stay home from school, but the kind of sick where your body feels like it's betraying you slowly. I remember being so weak, I couldn't even get out of bed to grab a glass of water without feeling dizzy. I didn't have the energy to do much of anything that day, just lying there, drifting in and out of sleep, with the TV on for some background noise. It was 2007, and my parents had decided to go out of town to see my grandfather one last time before he passed. He was in hospice, and they were doing everything they could to make it in time. But I wasn't in any condition to go with them. I don't even remember what I was sick with exactly, but it was bad enough that they decided I needed to stay behind and rest while my sisters went to school. So I was left alone in the house, just me and the steady hum of the TV. The sound of Maury's voice filled the quiet space in my room, and for the first time in a while, it was comforting to have some noise, something familiar. I wasn't paying much attention to what was on TV, just letting it play as I lay there in a kind of half-sleep. My body felt heavy, like the weight of my sickness had settled in my bones. Suddenly I heard it, a faint cry. It was the kind of sound you'd expect from a newborn baby, soft and distant. At first, I thought it might have been coming from the TV, maybe some kind of dramatic segment or sound effect from the show. I wasn't sure, but I shrugged it off. I didn't have the energy to get up and check. But then it happened again. This time it was clearer, a little sharper. The sound cut through the air and seemed to come from somewhere inside the house. I glanced around, trying to figure out where it could be coming from, but the room was still. I turned the volume down on the TV and listened for a moment, straining to make out any other sounds. Sure enough, there it was again, a faint cry, almost too quiet to be real, but still enough to make my heart skip a beat. It was then that I decided I needed to turn off the TV. Something about the sound just didn't sit right with me, and the air in the room suddenly felt thick, heavy. I reached for the remote, muting the TV completely, and the silence that followed was deafening. But then it happened again, the faint cry, this time much louder, and it definitely wasn't from the TV. It was coming from somewhere in the house. I wasn't sure what to do. I'd never heard anything like it before. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, that maybe I was just hearing things because I was sick. But the more I listened, the more I realized the sound was real. It was the unmistakable cry of a baby, soft and fragile. I tried to ignore it, but the sound only grew more persistent, echoing in the quiet house. It was then that I realized where it was coming from. My mom's room. I didn't want to get up. My body felt like it was made of stone, and every movement felt like a chore. But I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to know what was going on. Slowly, I swung my legs over the side of the bed, my feet brushing against the cool floor. I stood up, my legs wobbly as I made my way out of the room. The house was eerily quiet, except for the faint sounds of the baby crying. I walked down the hall and toward my mom's room, my mind racing. I wasn't sure what I was expecting to find, but I didn't like the feeling of dread that was building in my chest. The sound of the baby was getting louder, more desperate. I pushed the door open, and what I saw stopped me in my tracks. The crib was in the corner of the room. I had seen it many times before, whenever my mom would watch my older sister's baby. It was empty now, but the sound of the baby crying was still there. It was as if it was coming from the crib, but no one was in it. I stepped closer, trying to make sense of it all. My heart was pounding in my chest, my mind racing with confusion. That's when I heard it. A soft thud. Something had fallen. I turned toward the sound, my eyes landing on my mom's dresser. There, on the floor, was an old photo of my mom and my grandma, shattered into pieces. The glass from the frame had broken, and the picture itself was bent, the edges curling. I couldn't understand what was happening. The baby cries had stopped, but the air in the room felt thick and heavy, like something was pressing in on me. Without thinking, I turned and bolted out of the room. My heart was racing in my chest, and my mind was spinning. I didn't care about anything else in that moment. I just needed to get out of the house. I ran across the yard, not even pausing to look back, and made my way to my older sister's house next door. I was out of breath, panicked, my mind barely able to comprehend what had just happened. I could still hear the baby crying in my head, even though I had left the house behind. I knocked on the door, my hands shaking. My sister answered, and I nearly burst into tears, but I stopped myself. I was too scared to explain what had just happened. She was on the phone at the time, so I waited in the living room, pacing back and forth, my mind a jumble of confusion and fear. I didn't know what to make of it all. The baby cry, the broken photo, the heavy feeling in the air. It all seemed so unreal. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, my sister hung up the phone. I rushed to her, my voice trembling as I tried to explain everything that had just happened. But before I could get the words out, she looked at me with a serious expression. "Grandpa just died," she said, her voice quiet. "He passed away about 5 minutes ago." I froze. For a moment, it felt like everything in the world had stopped. I didn't know how to react. I didn't know what to say. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I had no way of knowing that my grandfather had passed in that exact moment, but somehow I had felt it. The baby cries, the broken photo, the heaviness in the air. All of it, it felt connected in some way. I didn't know what it all meant. I still don't, but I knew one thing for sure. In that moment, everything in the world seemed to align in a way I couldn't understand. It was like the universe had sent me a message, one I couldn't explain or interpret, but one I would never forget. To this day, I don't know if it was just my sick mind playing tricks on me, or if there was something more to it. But I'll never forget the feeling, the weight of the air in that room, and the sound of the baby crying, faint but real. I'll never forget the broken photo, and the way it all seemed to happen at once. And I'll never forget how, just as I was feeling the deepest fear, my sister's words confirmed what I had sensed all along. Grandpa was gone, and somehow I knew it before anyone had told me. I'm not going to pretend I was the most supportive friend when it started happening. I didn't see what she was seeing. I wasn't there, so how could I know what she was feeling? I've always been one to brush off things like this. But when it started getting worse, when she started telling me things that made my stomach drop, I realized that I had been wrong to dismiss her. I should have paid more attention. She had been living by herself in a rundown neighborhood for a while. The kind of place you wouldn't want to walk through after dark, but she didn't have much of a choice. The rent was cheap, and at the time, that was all that mattered. She had a little apartment on the 3rd floor of a building that looked like it was held together by prayers and duct tape. It wasn't much, but it was hers, or so she thought. It started slowly at first. Just little things, nothing that would set off alarms in anyone's head. She'd come home after a night out, and the place would feel off. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but she felt like someone had been there. She shrugged it off. It was probably just paranoia, she told herself. A side effect from smoking too much weed, she thought. Anyone who heard her mention it, friends, family, they all said the same thing. "You're just paranoid, girl. Nothing's going on." So she let it go. For a while, she just ignored it, writing off the weird feeling as her mind playing tricks on her. But then things started to change. It was the magnets on her fridge that got her attention. They started moving. At first, she thought she'd just forgotten where she put them. Maybe she had shifted them when she was cleaning or rearranging. But then it kept happening. It wasn't just the magnets either. The fridge started looking different. One day, she noticed a new magnet from a business she didn't recognize. It wasn't even from around here. It was from a different state entirely. And there was another one, and then another. Different businesses, different places, all showing up on her fridge like some twisted little collection. She couldn't explain it. That's when she started feeling something much deeper. Something darker. She had never smoked weed in her apartment, but she thought maybe, just maybe, she had misplaced a cigarette. Then she noticed something else. Her ashtray, which she knew she'd emptied the night before, now had cigarette butts in it. And they weren't from any brand she or any of her friends smoked. They weren't even the same color, the same shape, the same anything. She didn't recognize them. That's when her heart started racing a little faster. She tried to convince herself it was nothing, that she had left the window open, or maybe someone else had been in the apartment. Maybe one of her neighbors had come in. But deep down, she knew something wasn't right. The breaking point came when her friends brushed it all off. When she told them what was happening, they just shrugged. "You're just paranoid," they said. "You've been smoking too much, that's all." And the police? Don't even get me started on them. She called the cops a couple of times, but they barely took her seriously. They were dismissive, like she was wasting their time. They didn't even want to file a report, and when they did, it was clear they weren't going to put much effort into finding out what was going on. No one seemed to care. No one took her seriously. At that point, she realized that if anything was going to be done, it was up to her. She was the only one who could do something. But she wasn't stupid, and she wasn't about to just charge in blindly. She had to be careful. One night, she borrowed her boyfriend's car and parked it a few blocks down from her building so it wouldn't look like she was home. She wanted to be invisible. She sat there in her apartment, the lights off, just listening. For 45 minutes, she sat in silence. She listened to the sounds of the city outside her window, the distant hum of traffic, the faint echo of people talking, the low murmur of life. But something was off. She couldn't explain it, but something in her gut told her to leave. She didn't even question it. She just grabbed her keys and rushed out of her apartment. She didn't look back as she sprinted to her boyfriend's car, and it wasn't until she was safely inside that she let herself breathe. But when she looked back at her building, that's when she saw it. A huge, dark silhouette, tall and broad, climbing into her apartment from the balcony. It was like something out of a nightmare, a figure moving with an unnatural fluidity. She could barely make it out, but the silhouette was unmistakable. The fear in her chest spiked, and without thinking, she started the car and drove away, leaving her apartment and her life there behind. The next day, she packed up all her things and moved out. She didn't have time to explain it all to her friends, but she didn't care. She didn't want anyone to tell her she was just being paranoid anymore. She was done with it. She couldn't risk staying there another night, another hour. It was too much. She never found out who was in her apartment, and she never asked. But she was sure of one thing. It wasn't someone she knew. A few years later, I had my own experience that made me think back to what she went through. I worked with a manager who was dealing with her own nightmare. She and her husband had been fighting over something silly. One of them had misplaced the car keys, and neither of them could own up to it. It was petty, but it led to a whole series of events that neither of them saw coming. A few days after the argument, she had to stop by the house in the middle of the workday. She walked in, and it didn't feel right. The house was quiet, too quiet. She walked through the living room, and that's when she saw it. All of their valuables, laptops, tablets, cameras, jewelry, were piled up in the center of the room like someone had been preparing to take them. It didn't make sense. Nothing was missing, but everything was just off. Her heart dropped into her stomach as she realized something had been happening in their home while they weren't there. She immediately called the cops, and when they investigated, they found something even worse. Someone had been living in their attic for 2 months. They weren't sure how, but the person had somehow managed to stay hidden up there, coming down at night when the house was quiet. They couldn't figure out why the person hadn't stolen anything, but it was clear that they had been in their home for a long time. It was horrifying, and the cops didn't have any answers. My manager and her husband moved the next day, no questions asked. They had 2 young girls, and the thought of someone being in their home, watching them, was too much to bear. I can't imagine what it would have been like for her, especially with kids in the house. No one should ever have to feel that way. Looking back, I'm grateful nothing happened to either of them. But hearing their stories, it makes me wonder how many other people out there have felt that same sickening feeling. Something isn't right, but no one will believe you. It's terrifying to think that someone could be inside your life, your home, and you wouldn't even know until it's too late. It's easy to dismiss the warning signs, to brush things off as paranoia or coincidence. But once you've been through something like this, once you've felt the weight of fear settle in your chest, you start paying attention to things you used to ignore. You start trusting your instincts, because sometimes that's all you have. And when the truth finally hits, when you realize someone was there all along, it changes you. You start looking over your shoulder, checking doors and windows, and you never quite feel safe in your own skin again. I still remember the feeling of the heat pressing down on my skin that afternoon, the pavement radiating warmth, even though the sun wasn't at its peak anymore. It was the kind of heat that made everything feel slower, like the air was thicker somehow. I was 18, working a retail job that I didn't care much for, counting down the hours every shift, waiting for something, anything, to break the monotony. My brother had come by to visit that day. It was a small thing, but it meant a lot. He wasn't the type to just show up for no reason. So when he asked if I wanted to grab lunch with him, I agreed without a second thought. There was a taco cabana nearby, close enough to walk to, and we figured we'd take the long way around, have a smoke, kill some time. The alley behind the retail strip was a shortcut we had used before, a quiet, empty stretch of asphalt lined with dumpsters and the occasional loading dock. It wasn't the kind of place you'd linger in, but it was easier than walking around the entire plaza. We made our way down the alley, talking about nothing important, just filling the air with whatever thoughts came to mind. That's when I saw him. A truck was parked further down, just sitting there with the engine off. There was a man inside, leaning against the driver's side window, looking right at us. I didn't say anything at first, just kept walking, but the hairs on my arms stood up when I realized that he wasn't just glancing in our direction. He was staring, unmoving, unblinking. Something about him made me uneasy, but I didn't want to make a big deal out of it. I figured he was just some guy waiting for someone, maybe a worker taking a break. But as we walked past, I could feel his eyes following us. Not just watching, tracking. We didn't say anything about it, but both of us must have felt the tension. That kind of awareness, that little alarm bell in the back of your head, the one that tells you something isn't right. Maybe that's why we did what we did next. There were a few empty beer bottles scattered near one of the dumpsters, probably left behind by some workers or drunks from the night before. Without thinking much about it, we each grabbed one and threw them against the pavement, the glass shattering loudly. It wasn't meant to be anything more than dumb teenage recklessness. Just breaking something for the sake of breaking it. The alley was silent again after that, except for the crunch of broken glass under our shoes. The truck was still behind us, still parked, still quiet. I remember glancing over my shoulder one last time before we neared the end of the alley. That was when I heard it, the roar of an engine. It happened too fast for me to react. The truck peeled out from where it had been parked, tires screeching against the asphalt, the sound tearing through the silence like a scream. My brother barely had time to move before the front bumper came dangerously close to clipping him. The truck skidded to a stop, blocking the exit of the alley. The driver's side door flew open, and before I could process what was happening, the man was out. I remember his face. It wasn't angry, not in the way you'd expect. There was something else in his expression, something unhinged. Like he had been waiting for this moment. Like he had been waiting for us. He had a gun in one hand, a cell phone in the other. His knuckles were white from how hard he was gripping both. He was yelling before I could even understand what was going on, words tumbling out of his mouth too fast, too erratic. I finally caught you. I finally fucking caught you messing with this place. I was frozen. My mind was scrambling, trying to find some kind of logic, some kind of reason for what was happening. He wasn't a cop. He wasn't security. I had never seen this man before in my life. He kept shouting into his phone, claiming that he had found us, that he was taking us to the police station. He wasn't asking. He was telling. That's when I realized. He wasn't talking to 911. Or if he was, there was no way a dispatcher had told him what he was claiming. No way in hell they would have told us to get in his truck. He pointed at the open passenger door, motioning for us to get in, the gun still clutched tightly in his hand. I felt like I was outside of my own body, like I was watching this happen to someone else. There was no way this was real. No way this was happening to us in the middle of the day, behind a row of stores, where anyone could walk out at any second and see. But no one did. My brother was the first to move. He stood his ground, eyes locked on the man, unmoving. I don't know how he stayed so calm. I could feel my own breath coming in short gasps, my chest tight, my legs tense to run. But where? The truck was blocking our only clear exit. The man stepped forward, gripping my brother by the arm, trying to shove him toward the open truck door. My brother yanked himself free, his voice low, controlled. We weren't getting in that truck. He could do whatever he wanted. He could wave that gun around. He could scream into that phone. He could call whoever the hell he was calling. We weren't getting in. For a second, I thought he was going to shoot us. His eyes darted between us, his grip tightening around the gun. Then, as suddenly as he had lunged for my brother, he let go. "Fuck this," he spat. Then he got back in the truck and tore out of there. Just like that. I don't remember moving. I don't remember how long we stood there, frozen in place, the sound of the engine fading into the distance. My hands were shaking. My heart was hammering so hard I thought I might pass out. We didn't speak. There was nothing to say. Eventually, we walked the rest of the way to the taco cabana. It felt like autopilot, like my body was moving without me really telling it to. We sat down, but neither of us touched our food for a long time. The air felt heavy, suffocating. There were people around us, laughing, eating, completely unaware that just a few minutes ago, we had been standing in an alley with a gun pointed at us. We never talked about it after that. Not that day. Not the next. Not ever. It wasn't until much later that I thought about what could have happened. What if we had gotten in the truck? What if he had decided to shoot us anyway? What if someone else had walked into that alley and seen it happen? Would they have helped? Would they have been another victim? I don't know, and I don't want to know. What I do know is that I never took that alley again. Never walked behind those stores. Never let myself forget the way that man looked at us. Because he wasn't angry. He was excited. I woke up with a heavy feeling, one that I couldn't shake off. It wasn't unusual for me to feel a little disoriented when I first woke up, especially when I was sharing a bed with my cousin. She stayed over at my place a lot, as she usually did, and since I only had one bed, we'd end up sleeping together, something that felt pretty normal for both of us. We'd joke around before bed, share stories, or talk about everything and nothing. But this particular night felt different, like something wasn't quite right. I'm not sure what woke me up, but I found myself wide awake in the dark, staring at the ceiling. My heart started racing as I lay there, trying to shake the weird, unsettling feeling crawling up my spine. The room was quiet, save for the soft sound of my cousin's breathing beside me. Her warmth next to me should have been comforting, but instead, I couldn't shake the anxiety gnawing at me. Then I felt it, the weight. At first, I thought it was just my cousin shifting in her sleep, maybe getting up to go to the bathroom, as she sometimes did during the night. But the feeling didn't fade. It grew. It wasn't just someone moving on the bed. It felt like someone was actually on top of it. I felt the mattress sag, the distinct pressure of a body near mine. The worst part wasn't the weight itself. It was how it felt like it was pressing down on me, slowly and deliberately. I couldn't move. It was like my limbs were stuck, as if something was holding me down. My wrists were pinned to the bed, and my chest felt crushed, like someone was lying directly on top of me. I couldn't breathe. My heart pounded harder, and my mind raced, but I couldn't scream or even whisper. The sensation of being trapped, unable to fight back, intensified the fear. I started to feel like I was sinking, like I was caught in some sort of nightmare. My thoughts began to spiral, and I couldn't tell if it was real or just my mind playing tricks on me. It felt like I was reliving one of those sleep paralysis episodes I had experienced in the past. But this was worse, so much worse. In the midst of the pressure, the sense of fear gripped me, tight and suffocating. My chest tightened with each breath I tried to take. The weight pressing on me felt unnatural, like something was crawling on me, something far too heavy and sinister. I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't dreaming. I could feel it. The sense of impending danger was palpable, but there was something more than fear in it. It felt like déjà vu, like I had been in this exact situation before, yet I couldn't place why. It was the kind of feeling that made the hair on the back of your neck stand up, something you couldn't ignore. I kept my eyes shut, hoping the pressure would let up, that whatever it was would just leave. Maybe it was sleep paralysis, I tried to tell myself. Maybe I was just imagining it, letting my mind run wild in the dark. But the sensation of something being on top of me, suffocating me, wouldn't fade. It lingered, like it had a hold of me, trapping me in that moment. Then, just as quickly as it had started, the pressure lifted. My cousin shifted in her sleep, moving slightly, and I felt the weight on the bed disappear. It was like someone had lifted their hands from my chest, like the force that had been holding me down was gone. My breathing returned to normal, and the intense fear that had gripped me started to loosen its hold. I blinked, unsure of whether I had dreamed it or if it had been real. I lay still for a moment, my mind trying to make sense of what had just happened. It could have been sleep paralysis, I thought. I'd had it before, but something didn't sit right. Something about the feeling, the intensity of it, made me feel like there was more to it than that. The next morning, I woke up to my cousin looking at me with wide eyes. She was always a bit of an overthinker, but something about the way she was staring at me sent a chill down my spine. "I had a weird dream last night," she said, her voice a little shaky. I hadn't said anything to her about what had happened to me, but I could tell by the look on her face that whatever she had dreamed wasn't a simple nightmare. "I dreamed about a man with black wings standing in front of the bed. she said, still staring at me. I froze. My heart skipped a beat. She described the figure in my room, this man with black wings, and it sent a wave of nausea through me. It wasn't the wings that unnerved me. It was the way she described him. Tall, dark, with features I didn't recognize but felt I should. The man she described was eerily similar to my abusive ex-boyfriend. He had died a couple of years ago, after a long, drawn-out battle with his own demons. The man in her dream was someone I'd seen in my memories, someone I had spent years trying to forget. When she told me about the man, my mind went back to that moment in the night when I had felt like I was being held down, suffocated. The weight on my chest, the feeling of being trapped. It all clicked in a way that made my stomach churn. The figure she described was the same one I had seen in the darkest corners of my memories, the same one who haunted my thoughts during those difficult years of my life. I couldn't explain what happened. I still can't. It wasn't sleep paralysis. It wasn't a nightmare. It was something far more unsettling. The fact that my cousin, who had no knowledge of the trauma I had gone through with him, described him in such vivid detail made it all the more chilling. How could she have known? She didn't even know the half of what I had endured with him. I sat there, feeling a deep, hollow sense of dread wash over me. My cousin didn't know what she had just said. She couldn't have. She wasn't there during the worst of it. She didn't know about the bruises, the fear, the control. But somehow, her dream seemed to connect with everything I had been through with him. It was like something had pulled her into that memory, into the place I tried so hard to leave behind. I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to acknowledge the connection, but I couldn't ignore it. I felt like the night had been a warning, something that had forced me to confront a part of my past that I had buried deep down. The feeling of being trapped on that bed, the weight on my chest, it all made sense now. It wasn't just sleep paralysis. It was something more, something real. As the day went on, I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just a coincidence. My cousin had been asleep, and her dream was just a random, strange occurrence. But the unease lingered. I couldn't shake the thought that whatever had happened that night wasn't just in my mind. Maybe it was my own subconscious pulling me back to that place. Or maybe it was something more sinister, something tied to the dark memories I had tried to escape. Either way, it left me with a sense of dread that I couldn't explain. As I sit here now, I still don't know what really happened that night. Was it sleep paralysis, or was it something else? I don't have the answers, but I do know that I can never forget the feeling, the weight, the pressure, the fear. And the fact that my cousin, out of all people, dreamed of a man with black wings, someone I thought I had left behind, still sends shivers down my spine. I don't know if it was a warning, or if it was just the aftermath of the trauma I had lived through. But whatever it was, it's something I can't shake. It's always there, lurking just beneath the surface, like a shadow that never quite disappears. It was a typical school day morning, or at least it was supposed to be. I woke up groggy, my body still trying to fight off whatever bug had kept me up the night before. My mom had already left for work. She was always the early riser in our family, a routine that never changed. My dad, on the other hand, was more of a late riser, and I had gotten used to the sound of his footsteps as he would get ready for work, knowing that he'd be out of the door by 7:30 at the latest. The moment I heard the door slam, followed by the familiar rattle of his car starting in the driveway, I didn't think much of it. It was just part of the rhythm of my mornings, one that had become second nature. But that morning, something felt different. I had been feeling off the entire night before, my stomach in knots, my head pounding with a feverish ache. I had told my parents the night before that I wasn't going to school. I just wasn't up for it. And to be honest, I was relieved. I could stay in my warm bed for a little longer, drifting in and out of sleep. I don't know how much time passed after hearing my dad leave, but I was already slipping back into a half-conscious state, barely awake. It's funny how you can hear noises around you and still feel like you're somewhere in between dream and reality. At least, that's how I felt as I lay there. Suddenly, I heard it. Thumping. Lots of it. It wasn't the usual sounds of the house settling or the creaking of old floorboards. No, this was much more pronounced. The thumps were coming from somewhere downstairs, and they were loud, way too loud to ignore. I figured my dad had come back to the house, maybe forgotten something, and was rummaging around looking for it. It seemed pretty typical for him. But this wasn't a quick noise. It continued for what felt like an eternity, thumping, dragging, scraping against the walls. It was loud enough to pull me out of my drowsy state, but I didn't feel like getting up. I just rolled over, pulled the blanket over my head, and tried to go back to sleep. It wasn't unusual for my dad to be disorganized in the mornings, so I didn't think much of it. After a while, I must have fallen back into a deeper sleep. It was easy to do, considering how sick I felt. My body was exhausted from battling whatever sickness had me in its grip. The soft sound of the house creaking and the occasional thump drifted away into nothing as I faded into unconsciousness. Hours later, I woke up again. This time, the light creeping through my window told me that it was past noon. The heavy weight of my headache made it hard to get out of bed, but the silence in the house was unnerving. I could usually hear the faint sounds of my dad's footsteps or my mom's phone ringing. Anything to break the stillness of an empty house. But today there was nothing. It felt too quiet. I groggily made my way downstairs, thinking maybe I could find something to eat, maybe some soup or crackers. I wasn't in the mood for anything heavy. As I reached the landing at the bottom of the stairs, I froze. The living room was a mess. It looked like a storm had blown through. All the drawers in the sideboard had been pulled out. Papers were scattered on the floor, books knocked over, and there were clothes strewn around as if someone had been searching for something, anything. The strange thing was that it didn't immediately click in my mind what had happened. I just stood there, staring at the disarray, feeling a creeping sense of unease wash over me. It was like the world was slowly turning in on itself. It took me a minute, but then it hit me all at once. My house had been ransacked. I didn't scream. I didn't panic. Instead, I just stood there frozen with my heart racing. My mind went blank for a moment as I tried to piece things together. Had I left the door unlocked? No, I couldn't have. My parents were always so careful about that. I couldn't understand how this could have happened. I looked around, trying to gather my thoughts, but it was all a blur. I walked through the living room slowly, stepping over the mess, my heart pounding in my chest. My bedroom door was closed, and for some reason, I couldn't bring myself to check it. I didn't want to. I wasn't ready to know what else had happened in the house. There was one thing that I did know. I was alone. I couldn't hear anything. No sounds of the neighbors, no faint hum of cars driving by, no distant laughter from outside. It was just me and the wreckage. The realization that I was the only one in the house started to settle in, making my stomach turn. I should have checked earlier. I should have done something. Anything. But now it was too late. I wasn't sure whether to be scared or angry, so I just stood there, my pulse thumping in my ears, trying to think. I headed to the kitchen, my feet dragging. There was a sense of urgency now, but it was a quiet kind of panic, like everything was closing in on me, and I was helpless to stop it. The kitchen was a mess, too. Drawers left open, utensils scattered across the counter, and a chair overturned as if someone had rushed through, frantically looking for something important. I thought about calling my parents, but they wouldn't be back for hours. What if I was still being watched? I'd heard enough stories about burglars who lingered around to make sure their victims didn't catch on too soon. I felt a shiver run down my spine. I had to leave the house. I couldn't stay there. Not like this. I grabbed my phone from the kitchen counter and made my way out the front door, stepping over broken glass that had scattered from a window on the porch. I could see that the door had been forced open. It wasn't the kind of thing that could be undone easily. It wasn't just a casual break-in. This was personal. I ran to my neighbor's house, my heart pounding with every step. I wasn't sure if anyone would be home, but I couldn't risk being alone any longer. I knocked desperately on their door, and thankfully they were there. I was shaking when I asked to use their phone to call the police. The whole time, I kept thinking, what if they're still here? What if they're watching me? The police came quickly, but by then, there wasn't much they could do. They dusted for prints, checked the window, and confirmed what I already knew. The place had been robbed. The only thing that had been taken was cash. I wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or disgusted by that fact. They even pointed out how the thief had gone through the trouble of sorting out the coins in a jar. Pennies from nickels, dimes, and quarters. They'd used my backpack to carry the loot, even taking out the Kleenex in the front pocket to make room. It was such a bizarre detail, almost methodical, as though the person was in no hurry. The police reassured me that no one had been harmed, and it was lucky that nothing had been broken except the window. But I couldn't shake the feeling of violation. The thought that someone had been in my house, touching my things, was something I couldn't forget. I couldn't help but think about how close I had been to the whole thing. How I had been there, in the house, completely unaware. If I'd gotten up earlier, if I hadn't gone back to sleep, I might have seen something. I might have caught them in the act. But instead, I had stayed in bed, not thinking twice about the noises that had woken me earlier. It made me sick to my stomach. Later that night, after everything had settled, I was lying in bed, my head still spinning. I thought about how lucky I was that the thief hadn't gone upstairs, hadn't made his way into my bedroom. That thought lingered in my mind for days, leaving me with an unsettling feeling. I kept imagining what might have happened if I'd walked out of my room at the wrong moment, if I'd encountered them face to face. The what-ifs played in my head like a broken record, and I couldn't stop it. The police had said they couldn't find any leads, and eventually, we just had to move on. The thief was never caught, and nothing came of it. But to this day, I still remember that feeling of waking up, hearing the noises, and never fully realizing what was happening around me. It's strange how you can be in the most vulnerable place and not even know it. In the end, the house was cleaned up, the window was fixed, and life moved on. But I'll never forget the feeling of being alone, of hearing those thumps, and knowing that someone had been in my home. Someone who could have been right outside my door. I woke up in the dark, like I always did when something wasn't quite right. At first, I thought I was just stirring in my sleep, half aware, but then the sound hit me. It was this low, unsettling whooshing noise, almost like the air was being sucked in, but there was no breeze, no fan running, nothing that should have made that sound. My eyes were still heavy with sleep, but that noise? It kept going, steady but weird, like it was swirling in the air. My mind raced, even though I wasn't fully awake yet. The first thought that crossed my mind was that it was just the house settling, the way old houses creak and groan at night. But then, the air felt different. Cold, like something was coming, something wrong. I didn't know what it was, but I felt it in my chest, this pressure. Something was creeping up the stairs. I could feel it, the weight of it. Whatever it wasn't good. I glanced over at my boyfriend, who was still deep in sleep beside me. He was curled up, breathing softly. I didn't want to wake him. I never did, not when he looked so peaceful, so unaware of the creeping tension I could feel. But I couldn't shake this feeling that something was off. The house was quiet, too quiet, and that sound, the whooshing, it wasn't stopping. It was getting closer. I stayed as still as I could, hoping it would stop, hoping that I was just imagining it. Maybe it was just my brain playing tricks on me. I wanted to believe that. But as the noise got closer, I knew deep down that something wasn't right. My heart started to race, and the fear that had been slowly creeping up my spine took over. The stairs leading up to the room were right outside the bed, just a few steps away. I knew if whatever was coming up those stairs was real, I'd be the first one it found. I didn't even want to look toward the stairs. It was like if I didn't look, it couldn't be real. But the sound kept coming, closer and closer. The whooshing was followed by something heavier now, like footsteps, but slow and deliberate. It wasn't just the noise anymore. It was presence. I tried to move, to sit up and do something, anything. Scream, yell for help, but nothing happened. It was like my body was made of stone, like every part of me was frozen in place. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even twitch my fingers. I wanted to scream, to shout, to call my boyfriend, but my voice, it wouldn't come out. I was suffocating in my own silence. It was like the air had thickened, like I couldn't breathe or make a sound. The fear inside me twisted, and that's when I saw it. At first, it was just a shadow, creeping along the corner of the stairs, blending into the dark like it wasn't even there. But it was moving, slowly. It moved with purpose, with something dark and heavy. It wasn't human. I couldn't explain how I knew that, but I just knew. This wasn't some person creeping up the stairs in the middle of the night. This was something else. It took everything in me not to panic, but I was already fighting to get my body to move, to scream, to do anything. I tried to push myself up, to twist out of the paralyzing terror that was holding me in place, but it was no use. My limbs wouldn't listen. My body was a prison, and this thing was getting closer. The shadow kept inching its way up the stairs, closer to the landing, closer to me. I could feel its presence, like it was brushing up against my skin, even though I knew it was still a few feet away. The air felt thick with it, heavy and wrong. I tried again to scream, to say something, anything, but nothing came out. It was like my throat was closed, my chest caving in from the weight of whatever was creeping toward me. I felt like I was choking, suffocating in this quiet, oppressive space. The shadow figure turned the corner and came into the room. It was darker than the darkness of the night around us, like it absorbed the light from the room, and it felt wrong. Like I shouldn't be seeing it, like it wasn't supposed to be there. It loomed, taller than anyone I knew, bigger than anything I'd ever seen. It stood in the doorway, motionless, but I could feel it. I could feel it watching me. I had never felt fear like that. It was as if every part of me, every instinct, was telling me to run, to get away. But I couldn't. I was trapped in my own body, helpless. It was right there, standing over me, and I was still frozen. My heartbeat was so loud in my ears I thought it might explode. Every second that passed felt like an eternity. When it was standing right above me, I could feel the weight of it. I tried again. I pushed with everything I had, tried to move, tried to scream, but I was still paralyzed. The terror was so intense it felt like it was choking me. I wanted to lash out, to hit it, to do something, but I couldn't. I just had to watch as it hovered above me, its presence suffocating. Finally, after what felt like forever, my body finally gave in. I could move. I could breathe again. I shot up from the bed, throwing myself into a wild, panicked flail. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know if I was fighting something real or just fighting my own fear, but I didn't care. I screamed, "What the fuck?" as loud as I could, hoping it would make this nightmare stop, but the figure, the shadow, was gone. It had vanished into the air like it had never been there at all. The room was still, too still. The whooshing sound was gone, replaced by the normal silence of the night. I could hear my own ragged breathing, my heartbeat pounding in my chest. I looked at my boyfriend, who was still fast asleep, oblivious to everything that had just happened. I stared at the empty space where the thing had been, my body trembling, trying to make sense of what had just occurred. Was it a dream? A hallucination? A nightmare? It didn't feel like any of those. It felt so real. I could still feel it, like its presence had seeped into the room, lingering in the air. I lay back down, my mind racing, trying to convince myself it was just a bad dream, just sleep paralysis or something my brain had cooked up. But I couldn't shake the feeling. The fear wouldn't go away. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the sound of my own breathing. The rest of the night was restless. I couldn't sleep. Every little sound, every shift in the house, made me jump. I kept thinking I heard the whooshing noise again, or the heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. But every time I listened closely, there was nothing. Just the normal sounds of the house settling, the wind outside, the quiet hum of the world continuing on as if nothing had happened. The next morning, my boyfriend woke up, confused by my restless sleep. He asked if I was okay, if I had a bad dream, but I just nodded, not ready to explain what had happened. I didn't even know how to explain it. I didn't have the words for the fear I had felt, the terror that had gripped me so completely. Later that day, I told myself it had just been sleep paralysis, that my mind had played tricks on me. I wasn't sure if I believed it, but it was the only explanation that made sense. I didn't want to believe anything else. But even as I tried to push it out of my mind, the fear lingered. Every time I walked past the stairs, I would glance up, half expecting to see that shadow figure standing there, watching me. That week was a blur of anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the fear creeping in during the quiet moments. I kept checking behind me, around corners, half expecting something to jump out. Every creak of the house, every whisper of wind, felt like it was something more than it should be. It took a few days before I could sleep without the overwhelming fear gripping me. I tried to tell myself it was all in my head, that it was just a product of my imagination, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. Whatever had happened, whatever I had seen, it wasn't normal. As the days passed, I began to settle back into a routine, trying to push the memory out of my mind. But it was hard. The fear lingered in the back of my mind, always there, a constant reminder that whatever had happened that night, I wasn't imagining it. I never told anyone else about it, not my boyfriend, not anyone in the house. I didn't know how to explain it. It wasn't something I could put into words, but I couldn't forget it either. The feeling of being trapped, the overwhelming terror, the shadow standing over me. And I don't think I ever will. It's funny how memories can feel like they're from someone else's life, even though I know it was mine. I was 8 years old, the kind of age where you're both still a little kid, and yet trying to act like you're grown. But that night, I felt so small. I remember how everything was dark and still, the kind of silence you get when the house is asleep, the sort of silence that feels heavy. It was one of those nights when the air in my room felt thick, like it was holding its breath, and the darkness didn't just cover the walls, it felt like it was watching. I was lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling, feeling the weight of it. I knew the house was quiet, but still, I could feel something wasn't right. I remember my room felt smaller that night, more cramped. The darkness made everything seem like it was closing in on me, even though I knew it wasn't. My nightlight, the one that always gave me just enough glow to see the outlines of my stuff, had burned out weeks ago. I hated it, but my mom didn't think I needed a new one yet. I was already 8. That night, I tried to sleep, I really did. I closed my eyes and forced myself to think of something comforting, like the way my dad would pick me up when he got home from work, or the smell of my mom's cooking. But then I noticed something. It wasn't obvious at first, but after a while, it hit me. There were faces. I know it sounds insane, but there they were, in the dark. I couldn't see them clearly, but I could make out their shapes. They weren't like normal shadows that you get when your eyes play tricks on you. These were distinct, like the outlines of a group of people standing just inside my room. I couldn't see their bodies, just their faces, but I could feel them staring, just watching me. One face stood out more than the others. The figure had on motorcycle glasses, and I knew right away what that meant. My dad was a biker. He had the same pair of glasses. I felt a chill go down my spine, because for a second, I thought maybe it was him, even though I knew it couldn't be. He wasn't home, and his motorcycle wasn't parked out front. I didn't dare move. I wasn't sure why I didn't move, but I was frozen, staring back at them, pretending like I was asleep. Maybe if they thought I was sleeping, they wouldn't come closer. Maybe if I acted like I didn't know they were there, they wouldn't make a move. My heart started pounding in my chest, but I stayed still, listening to the sound of my breath. The sound of nothing. Then, just when I thought I might break, I heard something. Music. It was faint, just barely audible, but it was coming from somewhere outside my room, in the living room. It wasn't the usual music that came from the TV or the radio, and it definitely wasn't something I recognized. It sounded more like an old tune, something from a movie or a show, a haunting kind of melody. I couldn't even tell if it was a real song or just something in my head. I kept telling myself it was just my imagination, but the music didn't stop. It kept playing softly, like it was coming closer. I wanted to call out for my mom, but my voice wouldn't come. My body refused to move. It felt like time was stretched out, like a rubber band being pulled farther and farther, and I wasn't sure how much longer I could hold on. Then, like an eternity had passed, I heard footsteps. Heavy, deliberate steps. I didn't look. I was too scared to move, too scared to breathe, but I heard the soft creak of the floorboards in the hallway, one step at a time, getting closer to my room. I could hear the rustling of someone's clothes, the faint sound of their breath. I could feel their presence. The steps came closer and closer, until they stopped right outside my door. I knew my door was cracked a little. It was always cracked a little when my mom would check on me at night, making sure I was safe. That little gap in the door had been a lifeline before, but now it felt like it was an opening for something dangerous. And then I saw her, my mom. She walked right by the door, her figure just visible in the hallway light. Her silhouette, the outline of her body moving down the hall. She didn't stop or look inside. She just walked, like she always did when she was going to bed. I called out to her, "Mom!" I screamed, but it was barely a whisper, and she turned around. The light from the hallway flicked on. She reached over and flipped on the light in my room. The faces were gone. Just like that, they vanished like they were never there at all. I blinked, trying to make sense of what had just happened, but I couldn't. My room was just how it always was. The dark corners, the scattered toys, my blankets bunched up at the foot of my bed. My mom walked in, her face full of confusion. "Sweetie, what's going on?" she asked, but I couldn't answer. I was too scared to speak. My mind was racing, but there were no words to explain what had just happened. "There's no music," she said gently, "and no one is in your room." I didn't know how to respond. How could I explain the faces, the music, the footsteps? I couldn't even bring myself to say it out loud. She patted me on the head, kissed me goodnight, and turned off the light. But I didn't sleep the same after that. For the next 2 years, I couldn't sleep without making sure my stuffed animals were stacked up around my bed. I piled them high, building a wall of soft, furry barricades around me, so I couldn't see outside the walls of my bed. The stuffed animals were my protection, my armor. I would squeeze them tight, feeling their soft bodies press against me as I tried to sleep. They became my safe place, my way of making sure I couldn't see anything moving in the dark. I still don't know what happened that night. I still don't know if I imagined the faces, or if they were really there, or if I just dreamed the whole thing. I don't know if the music was real, or if my mind had made it up in my fear. But I never forgot that feeling, the feeling of being watched in the dark. The feeling of something not right, of something in my room, just beyond my sight. And even though I built my little wall of stuffed animals around me, I could never shake the feeling that something was out there, waiting for me to fall asleep so it could come closer. Maybe it was just my childhood imagination. Maybe it wasn't. But that night has stuck with me, and no matter how many years go by, I still remember it like it happened yesterday. Maybe, just maybe, I wasn't as alone as I thought. It was one of those crisp, clear nights in Idaho. The kind where the air feels fresh and the sky is packed with stars, casting a bright light across everything below. My family and I had been camping for the past few days, and we had set up our tents next to a small, tranquil lake that was surrounded by dense forests. The only sounds that broke the silence were the occasional calls of birds and the rustling of leaves as the wind passed through the trees. It was beautiful, peaceful, and perfect, at least during the day. But once the sun dipped below the horizon, the atmosphere changed, taking on a weighty, almost eerie quality that I couldn't quite put my finger on. I was 16 at the time, old enough to know how to take care of myself in the wild, but still a little too curious for my own good. I loved the outdoors, though I had always felt a bit of a tension between the natural beauty of it and the primal sense of danger that came with the territory. My family had been camping at this spot before, and I'd always enjoyed the experience, but something about this trip felt different. The feeling was subtle, like a shadow lingering just outside your line of sight. That night, after we had finished dinner and sat around the campfire for a while, everyone turned in early. My younger siblings had already gone to sleep in their tent, and my parents were snuggled up in theirs. I, on the other hand, was restless. The night was too quiet, and my mind kept drifting to the dense woods surrounding the lake. I needed to take a leak, so I grabbed my flashlight and slipped out of the tent. The forest around us was thick with tall pines, and the lake mirrored the sky perfectly, almost too perfectly. I walked a little ways from the camp to find some privacy. I could hear the soft lapping of water against the shore and the occasional rustling of branches as small animals moved through the underbrush. My flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the forest floor, and I felt a sense of calm that only the wilderness could bring. I stood there, doing my business, when that feeling hit. It was hard to describe, but it was like something wasn't right. My instincts told me that I wasn't alone. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, and my eyes darted around, scanning the trees, trying to see if anything was out there. It wasn't just a fleeting feeling, it was intense, deep down in my gut. I quickly finished what I was doing and reached for my flashlight, swinging it around in wide arcs to scan the area. At first, I didn't see anything, but then, just about 15 yards in front of me, I saw them. Eyes. Not just one set of eyes, but 6 pairs of eyes, gleaming with an unnatural golden shine, staring right at me from between the trees. They were spaced out evenly, like they were waiting for something. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. The light hit them, and for a split second, I could see the glint of the eyes in the darkness. They weren't reflecting the light the way a deer's eyes would. No, these were too bright, too intense. There was something unnatural about them. For a moment, I thought I might be dreaming, but the cold night air and the rapid beating of my heart told me otherwise. I quickly swung the flashlight the other way, praying that they'd vanish, and when I looked back, they were gone. Just like that. No sound, no movement, nothing. I stood there, my body tense and my breath shallow, trying to convince myself that I hadn't seen what I thought I saw. But I knew I had. The eyes had been there, staring at me, and now they were gone. My heart was hammering in my chest, and the chill in the air seemed to suddenly grow heavier. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that those eyes were still somewhere out there, waiting. I quickly finished up and made my way back to the camp as fast as I could without making too much noise. As I approached our tent, I thought about what I had seen, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was just some wild animals like deer or raccoons. but the eyes hadn't been like any animal eyes I'd ever seen. They weren't the soft, reddish glow of a deer. They were sharp, predatory, and cold. I crawled into my tent, my mind racing. I tried to calm myself down, telling myself I was just being paranoid, that it was probably just the forest playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the images of those eyes. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to every rustle in the woods, every snap of a twig, every creak of the tent as the wind blew. I wasn't sure if I was just being paranoid, but the noises outside seemed louder now, closer. The forest didn't seem as peaceful as it had earlier. It felt alive, and it felt dangerous. I kept telling myself it was nothing. The lake was beautiful, the air was crisp, and the woods were quiet. But my mind kept drifting back to the eyes. I kept telling myself that wolves were known to roam the area, that the wolves' eyes could shine in the dark just like that. But something about it still didn't sit right with me. Wolves typically traveled in packs, but those eyes had been spaced out, spread out across the forest in a way that didn't make sense. I tried to push it from my mind, but it wasn't working. I must have fallen asleep at some point, but it wasn't restful. I woke up every few hours, tossing and turning, listening for the sounds of movement outside. Each time, my mind would race back to the eyes, and I'd lie there frozen, wondering if I'd see them again. The night felt endless, and every small noise made my skin crawl. It felt like the whole forest was holding its breath, waiting for something. The next morning, the sun came up, casting a warm, golden light across the campsite. I climbed out of the tent, relieved to see the day, though I still couldn't shake the unease from the night before. I tried to act normal, helping my parents with breakfast, but my mind kept drifting back to what had happened. The thought of those eyes, 6 pairs of them, all glowing in the dark, kept sending chills down my spine. I didn't want to tell anyone about what I saw, not at first. I didn't want to sound crazy. We spent the rest of the day exploring the lake, hiking the trails, and enjoying the outdoors, but I couldn't relax. Every time we stopped to rest or eat, I kept scanning the woods, my eyes searching for any sign of movement, any glint of those golden eyes. But there was nothing. The forest was still, the lake calm, and the sky clear. It was like nothing had happened, like I was just imagining things. That night, as the sun began to set, I found myself feeling more anxious than I'd been the night before. I didn't want to be outside after dark. I didn't want to be near the lake, near the forest, near anything that might be watching. But there was no way I could explain why I felt that way. It didn't make sense. There was no reason to be scared. It was just a bad feeling, a sense of something out of place. I stayed close to the campfire that night, barely straying from its warmth. I was aware of every sound in the forest, every crack of a branch, every whisper of the wind. But I didn't see any more eyes, didn't hear anything unusual. The night passed uneventfully, and eventually, I was able to relax. Still, I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right. Something out there in the woods was watching, waiting. The next morning, we packed up and left the campsite. I didn't say anything to my family about the eyes, but I knew I wouldn't be camping there again anytime soon. The whole experience left me with a feeling of unease, like I had seen something that shouldn't have been there, something that wasn't supposed to be watching me in the dark. To this day, I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if it was wolves or something else entirely. But I do know this. There's something about the wilderness, something about the deep woods, that feels different when you're out there alone. And when something out there watches you from the shadows, you know it, even if you can't see it. I don't know if it was just my imagination, or if something more dangerous was lurking in those woods, but I haven't been back to that lake since. And honestly, I'm not sure I ever will. Last night was one of those nights that felt off from the very beginning. I usually keep my window open when I sleep, even though my bed is right next to it. I know it's a little strange, considering how close I am to the outside, but the air always feels better with the breeze coming in. I sleep on the first floor of my house, so there's always that feeling of being close to the outside world. It's not a huge window, but it's about 10 feet up from the ground. It's always been that way since we moved in. I never really thought anything of it, just part of the house's design. I'm used to the sounds from outside, crickets, rustling leaves, distant dogs barking. But last night, the sound that stood out wasn't from nature. I had been tossing and turning for a while, struggling to fall asleep. I think it was around 2:30 a.m. when I first felt something strange. I was almost asleep when I felt a soft but firm pressure on my back, like someone had poked or gently hit me. It wasn't a punch, not hard enough to bruise or hurt, but it was enough to jolt me awake. My heart skipped a beat as I shot up in bed, instantly turning around to see what was going on. But there was nothing there. My room was dark, just the glow of the streetlights outside filtering in through the window, casting faint shadows on the walls. I breathed out a sigh, trying to calm myself. My brain was probably playing tricks on me, I thought. Maybe it was just a dream, or I had imagined it. I hadn't been fully asleep yet, so that made sense. I didn't think much of it at first, just brushed it off as my brain being half awake. But then, as I turned back around to lie down again, something caught my attention. The window. It was closed. I always keep it open, especially during the summer months, just to get some fresh air in. I had clearly left it open earlier in the evening before I went to bed. I frowned, confusion creeping up on me. Maybe my friend had come over and closed it for me. I couldn't think of another reason for it to be closed, so I just assumed that was the case. Still, a small knot formed in my stomach. I didn't like the feeling of things being off in my own house. I slid out of bed, moving to the window to open it again. My mind was still foggy from sleep, but I needed that air. As I reached up to slide the window open, I glanced out into the yard. It was dark, the kind of dark where you can barely make out shapes, but there was still just enough light to see. That's when I saw him. A man, standing in my neighbor's yard, staring directly at me. I froze. My heart thudded in my chest. I couldn't make out much of him. It was too dark, but I could tell his body was facing forward, while his head was turned completely back, like he was watching me. He was standing still, just staring at me. The more I looked, the more I could make out the vague outline of something in his hand. A wooden plank, maybe? It was hard to tell, but it definitely wasn't a stick. My first thought was that it was just some stranger passing by, maybe someone out for a late-night walk. But the way he was standing, so rigid and still, made my blood run cold. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to yell, to do something, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, my heart racing faster with each passing second. The guy didn't move at all. He just kept staring. I wanted to call someone, but my phone was on the dresser across the room, and I didn't want to take my eyes off him. After what felt like an eternity, I decided to get a better look. I stepped back from the window and stood up on the bed, trying to get a clearer view. My mind raced. What was he doing out there? Why was he staring at me like that? The panic started to set in. I quickly moved to the side, so I could look out the window from a different angle, hoping to catch any more details. That's when I realized, as I looked down at the yard again, the man was gone. I blinked, confused. Had I imagined it? Had I just been seeing things in the dark? I looked up and down the yard, scanning every corner, but there was no sign of him. No movement, nothing. I didn't know whether to be relieved or terrified. It didn't make sense. It was so sudden. He was there, and then he wasn't. My instincts told me something wasn't right, but I couldn't explain it. I stood there for a long time, just staring out into the yard, waiting for something, anything to happen. But nothing did. Eventually, I slowly backed away from the window and stood still in my room, trying to calm myself down. I thought about locking the window, but it already felt like it was too late. If he was out there, he'd seen me. And now, I didn't know what to do next. I told myself it was just a figment of my imagination, a weird half-dream state that had caused me to see things. I tried to sleep again, but my mind wouldn't shut off. Every little noise outside, every crack or creak in the house, made me tense up, my heart racing all over again. I kept replaying what had happened. What if he was still out there? What if he had been watching me for longer than I realized? I finally managed to doze off, though it wasn't a peaceful sleep. The fear lingered like a shadow over me. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted, my body tense, my mind still spinning from the events of the night. I hadn't heard anything else after that strange moment, but the unsettling feeling stayed with me. As I went about my day, I kept wondering if I should call someone or report what happened. But what would I even say? I had no proof, nothing to show for it. I didn't want to sound crazy, so I kept it to myself. That afternoon, I went outside to check the yard. I didn't really expect to find anything, but I had to be sure. As I walked across the grass, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, and I kept looking around, scanning every shadow and corner. But again, there was nothing. Just my neighbor's yard, quiet and still. I glanced up at my window, still open as I had left it, and for a second, the memory of the man's staring eyes flashed in my mind. I decided to take a walk around the neighborhood to clear my head. As I walked, I tried to put the whole thing out of my mind, but the feeling of unease wouldn't leave me. It followed me, tugging at my thoughts with every step I took. It was only when I passed by my neighbor's house that I saw something that made my stomach drop. I hadn't noticed it the night before, but now, in the daylight, I could see a faint outline of something on the ground in my neighbor's yard, right where I had seen the man standing. I walked over to investigate, and that's when I saw it clearly, a broken piece of wood, half buried in the grass, the rough edges splintered and jagged. It looked like it had been dropped or discarded in a hurry. My blood ran cold. It was the same kind of wood I thought the man had been holding last night. I stood there, frozen again, as everything clicked into place. He wasn't just some random person walking by. Whoever he was, he had been right there, standing just feet away from my window, watching me. And the worst part, he wasn't just passing through. He had left something behind. I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that filled me as I walked back home. I didn't know if he would come back, or if he had been watching me for longer than I realized. But one thing was clear. The situation wasn't as harmless as I had hoped. I felt exposed, vulnerable, with nowhere to hide. The man in the yard had made his presence known in a way I couldn't ignore. That night, I slept with the window locked, the curtains drawn tight, and my phone by my side, just in case. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, lurking in the shadows, watching, waiting. And the thought that he had been so close, so aware of my every move, made it impossible to relax. I don't know if he'll come back, or if it was just a one-time encounter, but I've learned to never let my guard down again. I've been checking the yard every night before I go to bed, and I'll never look out that window the same way again. I can't forget the image of him standing there, staring at me, and I can't ignore the fact that he knew exactly where I was. I don't know who he was or what he wanted, but one thing's for sure. I won't be sleeping as soundly as I used to anymore. It was the summer before sophomore year, and my friend Jasmine had invited me on a trip to the Bahamas with her family. The idea of escaping the routine of school, even if it meant hanging out with her family, sounded like the perfect way to unwind after months of stress. We were both good-looking, popular girls at our high school, and while we weren't exactly rich, we were both pretty resourceful and ready to make the most out of our time there. At 15, we felt invincible, like we could take on anything. We were both huge potheads, always looking for an opportunity to get high and chill, and when we got there, we couldn't wait to hit the beach. The weather was gorgeous when we arrived, hot and sunny, like something out of a postcard. The hotel was luxurious, and the beach was everything we had imagined. The sand was soft, and the water was clear and turquoise, as if someone had painted the scene for us. Every inch of it felt like a paradise. We spent our days lounging under cabanas, sipping drinks with little umbrellas, and the nights were spent enjoying the Bahamian nightlife. One day, after a few drinks and some sun, we were strolling along the beach, laughing and talking about random stuff, when we noticed a young guy standing near a small kiosk. He was selling jet ski rides for something like $150 an hour. He caught our attention because, aside from being handsome, he spoke English with a pretty convincing American accent. "Hey there," he said, flashing a grin. "You two look like you're having a good time. How about a free jet ski ride? You just gotta trust me. I'll show you a secret part of the island. I promise it'll be worth it." We exchanged glances, and Jasmine raised an eyebrow, but both of us were intrigued. The offer seemed too good to pass up. I mean, at that price, who wouldn't want a free ride? I glanced at her, and she gave me a little nod, a silent agreement between us. We'd been talking about trying something adventurous, something beyond the beach resort. "All right, why not?" Jasmine said with a grin. The guy, whose name we later learned was Malik, walked us over to his jet ski, which was parked near the water. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and his body was well-toned from what seemed like a lot of time spent on the beach. He wasn't the most muscular guy we'd ever seen, but there was something about him that seemed charming, like he knew exactly how to keep a conversation going. He wasn't pushy, just laid back, and he immediately made us feel comfortable, which made the whole thing seem less suspicious. We got on the jet ski together, and Malik revved up the engine. The wind felt incredible against my skin as we sped away from the crowded Atlantis beach. I remember watching the resort shrink behind us, becoming just a blur of bright colors and activity. It was a nice feeling, leaving the chaos of tourists behind. So, he began after a few minutes of silence. Do you guys smoke the herb? Both of us exchanged a quick look before I nodded. We had smoked a lot of weed in high school, and we both knew what the herb meant. Of course, I said, trying to keep it casual. We're always down to smoke. Where are we going? He smiled widely, turning his head back toward us. Well, there's a party just over there, he said, gesturing toward a small island in the distance, no more than half a mile away. My boys and I were having a good time. A few drinks, a little weed. It's just a few locals. You should come, see what it's like. It's pretty chill. We looked at each other, a little unsure at first, but the thought of smoking with locals on a private island was definitely appealing. We were 15, and we didn't really know the risks of going off with strangers. I mean, we'd been told to avoid the obvious dangers, but this guy didn't seem dangerous. He was offering us a party, not some shady back alley deal. Sounds fun, Jasmine said, grinning. Awesome, Malik replied, his voice almost too smooth. You're gonna love it. We kept riding the jet ski, and with each passing minute, we got farther and farther away from the beach and the crowds of people. As we made our way out, the surroundings started to look more and more desolate. The sparkling blue waters became deeper, darker, and the island on the horizon slowly came closer. It didn't take long for us to realize we were no longer near any kind of tourist destination. There were no boats, no people, no other signs of life. At this point, I started feeling a little uneasy. The laughter of the beach had died away, replaced by the dull sound of the jet ski cutting through the water. The island we were approaching looked much smaller from up close, no more than a handful of trees and a few rocks poking out from the sand. It was the kind of place that didn't exactly scream vacation paradise. It was just isolated, quiet, too quiet. Malik guided the jet ski into a small cove and stopped it near the shore. We hopped off, feeling the cool sand between our toes. A handful of men, probably in their 30s or early 40s, were sitting around a barbecue pit, talking in a language I didn't understand. When they saw us, their conversation faltered for a second. Then, without a word, they stared at us, unwavering, unblinking. Their eyes moved up and down our bodies slowly, like they were trying to figure us out. I immediately felt something in my gut. Something wasn't right. The vibe was completely different from the easygoing, laid-back nature of Malik. The men's stares were intense, almost predatory. Their faces were expressionless as they continued talking, but there was an undeniable tension in the air. The moment I realized how isolated we were, the heavy weight of reality hit me. This wasn't a party. This wasn't what we thought it was. Jasmine must have felt it too, because she subtly nudged me with her elbow. We need to go back, she whispered, but the words felt so loud in the silence between us. I didn't say anything back, but I felt the cold grip of fear tighten around me. The man who had brought us there, Malik, was standing off to the side, watching us as we exchanged uneasy glances with the men by the fire. He hadn't warned us about any of this. This wasn't the party he promised. There were no drinks, no music, no good vibes, just these strange men and their silent stares. We couldn't leave the island fast enough, but we couldn't just make a run for it either. That's when I had an idea. I pulled out my phone, pretending like I was talking to my mom. I wasn't sure if the men knew what a phone call sounded like, but I needed to do something that would make them think twice. I started speaking loudly enough for the group to hear, saying, "Mom, I'm so sorry. I don't know where I am. I'm trying to find my way back. They're freaking out. They called the police. You know how much trouble I'm in. Mom, please don't let them." Before I could finish the sentence, I saw Malik stiffen. The men around the fire turned their heads toward us, and their faces dropped from curiosity to something colder, more serious. They began speaking rapidly in their language, and although I couldn't understand them, the tone was unmistakable. Fear, anxiety. Malik, the young man who had seemed so charming, stepped forward, his demeanor now noticeably less friendly. Okay, he said, his voice sharp. I'll take you back." He didn't waste any time after that. The men at the fire fell silent, watching us closely as he led us back to the jet ski. He didn't even try to explain himself, didn't try to offer us any excuses or apologies. He simply revved the engine, and we sped away, not looking back. We didn't see him again for the rest of the week. Every time we walked by that spot on the beach, the place where he had originally approached us, he wasn't there. The jet ski rentals were run by someone else entirely, and Malik was nowhere in sight. We didn't talk much about what happened, after we got back to the hotel. It wasn't until much later, when we were safely home, that we really started to process how close we had come to something much worse. I'd heard of situations like this, of women being lured to secluded places by seemingly charming men, only to find themselves trapped and vulnerable. But we had been lucky. Too lucky. I'll never forget how quickly everything changed, how a simple jet ski ride turned into one of the most terrifying moments of my life. Sometimes, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't thought to make that call, if I hadn't acted fast enough. But all I can say now is that we made it out, and for that, I'll always be thankful. I wasn't expecting anything strange to happen that day. It was just another project for class. My photography assignment was to capture some emotional, candid moments, so I asked my friends to help me out. I didn't expect the day to go anything beyond a normal shoot, but as usual, life has a way of surprising you. We were at the graveyard. It was the perfect spot for my class project. The tombstones, the old trees, and the quiet atmosphere just set the mood right. The graveyard wasn't too far from where we lived, so it wasn't like we were trespassing, but it did have an eerie vibe about it. A few of my friends had already started posing for me, their faces neutral, trying to stay still as I adjusted my camera. I remember thinking how out of place it all seemed. Young people in a graveyard, smiling, laughing, posing for pictures. The contrast between life and death seemed odd, but I was determined to make something interesting out of it. One of my friends, Rachel, was standing near one of the bigger tombstones, playing along with my request to act emotional. She had always been a good sport about these kinds of things. I told her, just try to look like you're crying, like something's bothering you. I remember her nodding, her expression immediately changing. She closed her eyes for a second, and when she opened them again, there was a subtle shift in her face. It wasn't anything over the top, but she had a certain sadness in her eyes. I got ready to snap the photo, trying to make sure my settings were right. Everything felt calm, just the normal buzz of my camera. I raised the camera to my face and looked through the viewfinder. As I took a few shots, I watched Rachel. I didn't know how she managed it, but she was really getting into the moment. I saw her take a breath and wipe her eyes, like she was genuinely tearing up. It was convincing. I kept snapping pictures, catching different angles, trying to capture the emotion. But something about the scene felt off. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. Rachel looked really upset, which I assumed was her doing a good job of acting. But when I glanced around, I realized that she was no longer focused on the camera or me. She was staring at something, not moving. Her eyes were locked onto a specific tombstone, and there was this tension in the air that I couldn't ignore. I lowered my camera just to see what she was looking at. That's when I saw the grave, this big, weathered family plot at the back of the cemetery. The name on the tombstone struck me immediately. It was a long, ornate stone, the kind that clearly belonged to a family, and the names carved on it were all too familiar. There was a first name I recognized, Rachel's dad's first name, and beside that was her mom's name. Beneath them, the names of two others, her brother and sister. The last names were exactly the same as hers. The tombstones were weathered, old, like they had been there for decades, but these names, her family's names, were unmistakable. I couldn't believe it. It took me a second to process what I was seeing. I looked back at Rachel, and she was still staring at the grave. Her expression had changed from one of sadness to something darker. She looked almost paralyzed. I asked, "Rachel, are you okay?" But she didn't respond. I walked closer to her, trying to figure out what was going on. "Rachel," I asked again, and this time she slowly turned her head to look at me. Her face was pale, and her eyes wide. It was as if she had just realized what was in front of her too. She was still crying, but it was more genuine now, as though her tears had been triggered by something real, not just acting. "Do you see this?" she whispered, pointing at the grave. "This is my family, but they're not dead. They're alive. They live in another state. How is this possible?" I didn't know what to say. I stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do. I didn't want to make her feel worse, so I just nodded. I had no idea how that grave, with those names, ended up in a random cemetery hundreds of miles from where her family lived. The thought was chilling. I tried to shake it off. It had to be some kind of coincidence, right? There's no way that could really happen. But as I looked at Rachel, her face full of confusion and fear, I couldn't convince myself that everything was normal. We stood there for a while, neither of us saying anything. Eventually, we decided to leave. I packed up my gear, and we all made our way to the cars. We were quiet, everyone a little uneasy, but no one really saying what we were all thinking. That grave with Rachel's family's names on it just didn't sit right. Later, we were all in my car, heading back to our part of town. We needed to get our minds off the weirdness of the day, so we decided to listen to some music. One of my friends had brought a USB stick with some songs on it, and we threw it into the car stereo. The song that came on was one we all liked. We started singing along, trying to lighten the mood. It was familiar, comforting, something to get the eerie feeling out of our systems. We listened to the same song a few times, just repeating it as we drove. It had this laid-back, mellow vibe, and we were all just enjoying the sound of it. But then, something strange happened. We were probably on the third repeat of the song when suddenly, the music cut out. The stereo didn't just stop, it went dead. There was silence for a brief moment, and then, this voice came through the speakers. It was low, raspy, like it was struggling to come through. The words were clear enough, though. "Get back from where you came from," the voice said. It didn't sound like anyone we knew. It didn't sound like anyone at all. The voice was so harsh and full of tension that we all froze. My heart skipped a beat. The voice sounded like it came from somewhere far away, yet it was so close, like it was right next to us in the car. I didn't know what to think. Before anyone could say anything, the music kicked back in, right where it left off, like nothing had happened. I had to pull over. We were all freaking out at this point. My hands were shaking as I turned off the car and sat there, staring at the dashboard. The others were just as stunned, their faces pale and wide-eyed. We sat there in silence for what felt like an eternity, trying to make sense of what had just happened. It didn't seem like a radio interference, because the voice was so clear, so specific. There was no way it could have been a glitch. Eventually, one of us broke the silence, nervously laughing to try to relieve the tension. "It must have been some weird interference," they said, but no one sounded convinced. We all knew that wasn't it. There was something off about that voice. It was too intentional, too malicious. We all agreed that we couldn't explain it. None of us had ever heard anything like it before, and we never did again. After a while, we decided to continue driving. We didn't talk much, just listening to the rest of the music in an uneasy silence. We dropped everyone off, and I remember feeling relieved when I got home. I couldn't shake the thought of that voice, though. It had sounded real, too real. And the grave with Rachel's family's names? That still haunted me. To this day, I still don't know what happened that day. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just interference from another radio station, or maybe it was a prank, someone messing with us. But the more I think about it, the more I can't explain it. We never figured out why Rachel's family's names were on that grave. We never figured out what that voice was, or why it spoke to us. All I know is that it left us all shaken, and I still don't feel comfortable thinking about it too much. I've never been back to that graveyard, and I don't think I ever will be. Sometimes, when I hear that song come on the radio, I can't help but feel a little uneasy, like I'm waiting for that voice to come through the speakers again. Maybe it was just a coincidence, but I don't think I'll ever know for sure. The whole thing still creeps me out, and it's one of those stories I can't forget, no matter how hard I try. I remember it like it was yesterday. I was about 14 or 15, staying at my dad's house near Houston, Texas. He lived in Magnolia, a small town with wide streets, a mix of dense trees, and houses spaced apart just enough to make you feel isolated. My parents had been divorced for a while, and I only got to visit on weekends, so when I finally got there, I was looking forward to the quiet break from school. The weekends I spent there were the only real time I got with my dad, which made it kind of special. But that weekend ended up being anything but peaceful. It started with my stepmom talking about something my dad had seen. I had just dropped my bag by the couch when she casually mentioned how my dad had been seeing something strange when he went outside for his nightly cigarette. She told me how, for the past few weeks, he'd been noticing a woman in white near the edge of the porch light. It wasn't like a shadow, she said, but a figure, a woman in a white dress, floating just outside the light's reach. He'd only see her for a few moments before she would disappear, and it always happened the same way. Dad would go outside, light a cigarette, take a few puffs, and by the time he got to the halfway point, he'd catch a glimpse of her out of the corner of his eye. Then he'd hurry inside, always a little shaken. but never wanting to talk about it much. He'd just go to bed. But the last time he saw her, something had changed. She didn't stay at the edge of the light like usual. Instead, she started moving toward him, faster than she should have. My dad told her that he was so freaked out by how fast she was coming toward him, he nearly dropped his cigarette. He didn't even finish it, just ran back into the house. When he came inside, he was white as a sheet, and my stepmom said he had that look on his face, like he'd seen something that rattled him to the core. For someone who didn't scare easy, it was enough to make her worry. That wasn't the only strange thing. She also mentioned hearing phantom lights in cars that would drive up the long, gravel driveway, but never park. They'd just pull up, the headlights lighting up the house, and then the sound of doors opening, people walking around the yard, but nobody would ever be there when my dad or stepmom went out to check. It happened more than once. She said that it almost felt like they were being watched, but it wasn't just a feeling. It was something else, like there was a presence that wasn't supposed to be there. At first, I didn't believe it. I thought maybe it was just my stepmom's way of dealing with the weirdness that sometimes happens in the middle of nowhere, where houses are spread out, and every little sound can be amplified by the silence of the woods. But when night fell, I started to feel uneasy. It was a Friday, and I was lying on the couch in the living room, unable to sleep. I had insomnia, something that always made these visits even harder. I stayed up late, flipping through channels, staring out the windows that faced the front porch. The house was old, the windows big, and giving you a clear view of everything outside, including the porch and the yard that stretched out into the trees. The house was on a piece of land that was mostly surrounded by woods, with an old fence running along the property line. The trees were thick, almost like a wall. It was too dark outside to make out anything beyond the porch, but the feeling of something just out of sight kept nagging at me. Around 9 p.m., it started. I first noticed the headlights. At first, it was just one car driving up the driveway, but it didn't stop. The car just kept going, the headlights lighting up the yard before disappearing, as if the car had never even come. I figured maybe it was just someone passing by, but then it happened again. This time 2 cars, then 3. By the 4th one, I started to feel uncomfortable. My dad had an old truck, and while the gravel driveway could sometimes make strange sounds, the cars kept coming, like they were circling the property, one after the other. I told myself it was probably just my imagination. After all, it wasn't uncommon for people to drive past late at night in this area. The town wasn't far away, but it was far enough from everything that anyone out here had to drive a little longer to get where they were going. But the lights kept coming, more frequent, almost like they were taunting me. And every time I glanced out the window, I couldn't see anyone. No cars parked, no footsteps on the gravel, no sound of doors opening. Nothing. After a while, I tried to ignore it, but the feeling of being watched only grew stronger. I couldn't shake the sensation that someone, something, was standing just outside the window watching me. I started looking around, trying to make out shapes in the dark, but there was nothing there. The wind was still, the only sound the occasional rustle of leaves. My heart began to race. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe it was just the isolation, maybe the strange noises from the wind were making me paranoid. But I couldn't stop staring at the front porch, the yard, the shadows. Around 3 a.m., I started feeling like the presence was moving closer, right into the house. I couldn't explain why, but it felt like someone was standing just behind me in the living room. The pressure in the air thickened. I tried to move, to check the door, but I couldn't bring myself to. I was frozen in place, terrified, not sure what I was even afraid of. I heard faint noises from outside, footsteps, soft at first, then louder, closer. But when I looked, there was no one. Just the porch, empty and dark. I finally fell asleep, the fear wearing me down, only to have the strangest dreams. I dreamt of dark, misty forests and old Viking warriors. I was reading Beowulf before bed, and somehow, it twisted its way into my sleep. The dreams were full of images of battle and shadowy figures moving through the mist. There were footsteps in the distance, but I couldn't see who was coming. I remember feeling like I was running, but I wasn't sure from what. Something was chasing me, but I didn't dare look back. The next morning, I woke to find my stepmom already up, her face pale, almost looking like she hadn't slept. She looked at me like she had seen a ghost herself. She said she had heard it, the storm in the living room. She described it to me like it was a scene from a horror movie, glass breaking, things flying off shelves, people screaming, the walls shaking. It was so loud, She thought something had happened to me, but when she came out of her room, I was still sleeping, peaceful and undisturbed, like nothing had happened at all. It didn't make sense. How could I have slept through that kind of noise? And if nothing had happened to me, then what had caused all the chaos? She said she could still hear the echoes of it in her head. That was the last night I spent there. The next morning, I was standing outside looking at the front yard when I saw something I hadn't expected. A huge flock of crows, flying in wide, tight circles, low to the ground, right around the edge of the yard. It was strange. Crows don't usually fly so low, and they were too close to the ground to just be birds looking for food. They circled for what felt like a long time before suddenly darting away into the trees. I couldn't explain it. It felt like something was coming to an end, like the air was thick with the kind of tension that builds before a storm. My dad left soon after that, and I was glad to leave with him. The drive back to the city was quiet, the kind of silence that felt like the calm after a storm. We didn't talk much, but there was a weight to the air, a sense that something had shifted. I still don't know what happened that weekend. If it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, if the noises were just the house settling, or if something truly strange had happened. But I haven't been able to shake that feeling. The feeling of being watched. The presence that I couldn't see but could feel, lingering just outside the door, just outside the edge of the light. I don't know if it was the house itself, or if it was something else. But that weekend in Magnolia, I'll never forget it. It was the kind of place where things were just off enough to make you question everything you thought you knew. And no matter how many years have passed, I still can't explain what happened. All I know is that sometimes when I'm alone in the dark, I can still feel the eyes on me. Still hear the footsteps just outside the window. And I don't think I'll ever really feel at ease in places like that again. I was about 13 or so when my parents decided that I was finally old enough to stay at home by myself while they went out for the evening. They hadn't been out much since my sister and I were both younger, but now that I was getting older, they trusted me more. They told me to just be careful, lock the doors, and don't stay up too late. It wasn't the first time they'd left me home alone, but for some reason, that night felt different. It was around 11 p.m., and I was getting tired. I'd spent most of the evening in my room, watching TV, and then just scrolling through my phone. The house was quiet, almost too quiet. The only sound in the house was the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. I had my bedroom door open a little, so I could get some light from the hallway. The hallway light was always left on at night, and I guess it made me feel a bit safer. It wasn't like I was scared of being home alone, but when it's late and everything's still, your mind starts playing tricks on you. I climbed into bed and pulled the covers up to my chin. The cool sheets felt nice against my skin. It didn't take long before I started to drift off, my eyes feeling heavy. I remember staring at the ceiling, trying to push the thoughts of what could be lurking in the dark corners of the house out of my mind. Everything felt normal, but I just had that nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right. After about 5 minutes, I heard something. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, maybe a floorboard creaking or something. But then I heard it again, coming from downstairs. It was faint, almost like a soft rustling or a shifting sound. I told myself it was probably my sister. She'd been out with her friends earlier that evening, and it was about the time she'd usually come home. The sound was familiar, like footsteps across the hardwood floor, but they weren't heavy. They were slow, deliberate, like someone trying to be quiet. My sister was always a little sneaky about coming home late, so it made sense that she was trying to be stealthy. I didn't think much of it at first. I just rolled over, pulling the covers a bit higher. But then I heard it again. Another step, but this time it was louder. The first thought that crossed my mind was, maybe she's trying to sneak up the stairs without waking me. It was the kind of thing she'd do, being the kind of sibling who thought it was funny to catch me off guard. But then after a pause, I heard another step. This time, it was definitely coming from the bottom of the stairs. It was getting closer. My heart started to race, and I sat up in bed, listening closely. The footsteps weren't normal anymore. They were slow, deliberate, like they were making a point to not rush. It wasn't the hurried, light footfalls of someone trying to sneak by. It was heavy and purposeful, like someone who wasn't in a hurry, but knew exactly where they were going. My throat went dry, and I had that feeling in the pit of my stomach. Something was wrong. I had no idea who it was, but my gut told me it wasn't my sister. I tried to convince myself it was just my mind playing tricks on me, that I was just imagining things, but I couldn't shake the feeling. The steps continued up the stairs, slowly, one by one. I held my breath, too afraid to move. I didn't want to make a sound, not even a little shift in the bed, because that might give away that I was awake. As the steps crept closer to the landing at the top of the stairs, I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I knew that at any moment, I'd hear the creak of the floorboards in the hallway, just outside my door. I told myself it was probably just my sister after all, maybe coming to get a snack or something. But the footsteps didn't stop. They just kept coming, closer and closer. When the steps reached the top of the stairs, I felt my heart skip a beat. I was wide awake now, my whole body tense, as if I had been frozen in time. And then it happened. I heard a sound that chilled me to my core. It was a voice, but it wasn't my sister's. It was deep, raspy, and quiet. So quiet that I almost thought I imagined it at first. But then it repeated, as though it was meant for me to hear. Knock, knock, knock. I don't know what it was about those 3 words that made me lose all sense of logic. But in that instant, I was completely terrified. The voice wasn't joking, it wasn't playful, and it wasn't my sister trying to mess with me. The words weren't friendly. They were cold and calculated, like someone who knew exactly what they were doing. I couldn't move. I couldn't think. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening, but nothing made sense. I didn't think about what to do. I just reacted. I shot up out of bed so fast that my head spun. I slammed my bedroom door shut, locking it behind me. My hands were shaking as I sat back against the door, pressing my back into it as if that could somehow protect me. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears, thumping so loud that I thought it might give me away. I was wide-eyed, staring at the sliver of light coming from the crack under the door, just waiting for something to happen. Minutes passed. I don't know how many, but it felt like an eternity. I sat there, frozen, trying not to make a sound, trying not to breathe too loudly. My mind was racing, but there was no way to make sense of what had just happened. The footsteps, the whispering voice, the knock, it didn't add up. I told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was my sister after all. Maybe it was a prank. But then I remembered the voice. It wasn't her. It wasn't anyone I knew. The air in the room felt thick, and every little sound made me jump. Finally, after what felt like forever, I heard the sound of footsteps again. This time, they were moving away from the door, down the hallway, and back downstairs. I don't know why, but I waited until I couldn't hear them anymore before I even considered moving. Even then, I stayed as still as I could, listening for anything else. But it was quiet, dead quiet. I didn't sleep that night. I stayed huddled in my room, afraid to even peek out of the door. I could have sworn I heard more sounds later on, but I didn't dare check. The house was silent, but it was a different kind of silence, the kind that feels oppressive, like something's wrong but you can't put your finger on it. It wasn't until the next morning that I finally told my parents. I don't remember exactly how I said it, but I remember the way they looked at me, like I was overreacting. Like maybe I had just heard the house settling or something, that I was just imagining it. Then my sister came into the room, all casual, like nothing had happened. She seemed normal, but when I told her what I'd heard, she laughed it off. She said it was probably her coming home late, but she'd been really quiet, trying not to wake me. But something in the way she said it felt off. It didn't sound like she was being honest, and I couldn't shake the feeling that she knew something I didn't. The day went on like nothing had happened. My parents didn't seem concerned, and I tried my best to act normal. But there was still a nagging feeling that something wasn't right. It wasn't until about a week later that my sister admitted something. She told me that my mom had made her say it was her coming home late. Apparently, my mom thought it would be easier if I thought it was just my sister, because she knew I'd freak out otherwise. But my sister hadn't been home when I heard the footsteps. I hadn't been imagining it. I was relieved in a way, but I still couldn't shake the unease. That night had stayed with me, and the thought that something, or someone, had been in the house with me was enough to make me never want to stay alone again. A couple of months later, my family moved. I don't know why we left, but I wasn't sad about it. Honestly, I was glad. The house never felt the same after that night. The air was always thick with tension, and I never trusted it the same way again. Even now, whenever I'm home alone, I can't help but feel a little bit on edge, like something's waiting just around the corner. I lived in one of those dorms that seemed more like a relic from another time than a place where college kids were supposed to be. The building had been around for decades, long before I ever moved in, and in that time, it had been everything from a fancy hotel to a low-rent apartment complex, and even way back when a brothel. It sat in the heart of New York City, right where things were constantly moving. The dorm itself had history, old, complicated, and if I'm honest, a little unsettling. The kind of place where you'd walk down the hallway and feel like you were on the set of a noir film. The wallpaper was faded, the floors creaked, and the windows? Yeah, they were the kind that wouldn't open all the way. So you just got a little taste of that New York air, but not enough to really feel like you were part of the city. There were things about the place that were straight up weird, like how some of the older residents had clearly been there longer than the building's owners would have liked. I remember hearing that the school couldn't kick out some of the tenants, probably because of how long they had lived there, and as a result, there were old people who lived among the students. Some of them were normal enough, but some of them, well, let's just say they weren't the kind of people you'd want to mess with. One guy named Paul was especially bad. I never really saw him during the day, but you'd hear him at night. Sometimes, if I was up late studying or just trying to get some sleep, I'd hear Paul shouting at someone, or no one. It was impossible to tell if he was talking to himself, or if he was talking to a person who wasn't there. Either way, it was unsettling. He was loud, and he always seemed to do it in the middle of the night, so you'd be lying in bed, trying to drift off, and all you'd hear was Paul screaming at some invisible force in his apartment. But the thing about the dorm itself was that the building had so much history. Every floor had its own vibe, and every corner felt like it could hold some kind of secret from the past. A lot of students who lived there didn't think much of it, probably because we were too busy with our own lives to care about the weird old building. But I couldn't ignore it. You'd feel it sometimes when you were alone in your room, just the weight of the walls around you. It was always a little darker at night, a little quieter, like the building was holding its breath. Anyway, one night, I was in my room, in my tiny 8x10 single. It was a small space, but it had a bathroom that was connected to my room, which was a luxury. I liked having my own space, even if it did make me feel a little claustrophobic sometimes. I was exhausted, but for some reason, I couldn't get comfortable. I was tossing and turning, half sleeping, half awake, in that weird place where the line between dreams and reality starts to blur. I had one of those dreams, the kind where it feels like it's happening in your room. I remember hearing a flash of light outside the window, the familiar hum of the city at night. I could hear the distant honk of taxis and the murmur of voices, but in my dream, it was like all of that noise was in the background, like it wasn't real. Then, I felt something. It was a presence, something looming above me, a shadow that hovered just over my bed. The air felt heavy. I could hear breathing, deep, ragged breaths, like someone was standing over me, just watching. My heart started to race. I tried to open my eyes, but I couldn't. It was like I was paralyzed, trapped in the dream, but I swear I felt something huge, something massive, standing right over me. I tried to turn over in my bed, hoping to shake the feeling. But when I did, the dream shifted again, and in the blur of my half-awake state, I saw this massive figure leave my room. My door was locked, and I knew no one could have entered, but I saw it, this hulking man, his silhouette blocking out the small stream of light from the window. It was like he just disappeared, like he melted into the shadows. I could feel his presence as he passed through my room, then out into the hallway, but I could see nothing. It was only in the dream, but it felt so real, so vivid. And then, in that same strange dream state, I saw him again. This time, he walked through my bathroom door. I knew that was impossible. The bathroom door was right next to my bed, and there was no way for anyone to sneak in without me hearing it. My mind was racing now, jumping from one thought to the next. Could it be Paul? Could he have somehow gotten into my room? It didn't make sense, but in that twisted dream state, it felt like it could have been him, wandering around my room. I woke up, and for a moment, I wasn't sure if I was still dreaming or if it was real. But then I heard it, the sound of my bathroom door creaking open. It wasn't loud, but it was distinct enough that I couldn't ignore it. My heart dropped. The bathroom door was definitely closed when I went to sleep. I hadn't opened it. There was no reason for it to be open now. But there it was, slowly, silently creaking open. I lay in my bed, frozen, unable to move or breathe. It was like the air in the room had thickened, and I could feel my chest tightening as I fought to make sense of what was happening. Was it Paul? Was it someone else? Maybe I was just imagining things, but I knew what I heard. I could feel the tension in the air. The feeling that someone, or something, was watching me from that dark space behind the bathroom door. I didn't know what to do. The only thing I could think of was to get out. I wasn't going to sit there and wait for whatever it was to come closer. So I pulled myself out of bed as quietly as I could and crept out of the room. I didn't even bother to check the bathroom. I couldn't. The feeling of being trapped in that room, alone, was too much. I grabbed my things and left, heading downstairs and out into the streets of New York. The city felt like a strange escape from the weirdness of the dorm, and I didn't care where I went. I just needed to be away from that building. I ended up at an all-night diner a few blocks away. The soft hum of the fluorescent lights and the smell of stale coffee brought me some comfort, and I sat there for a while, just trying to ground myself. The city was alive, as always, and I wasn't sure what had happened in that dorm room. Maybe I had just been too tired. Maybe it was all in my head. But the way the door had creaked open, the way I had felt that presence, I couldn't shake it. I couldn't go back to that room. Not that night. So, I stayed out until the morning, until the world started to wake up around me. When I finally returned to the dorm, I didn't feel like I could just act like nothing had happened. I don't know if it was Paul, or if it was something else, but whatever it was, it felt real. Too real. In the end, I never did figure out exactly what happened that night. Maybe it was a trick of my mind, or maybe it wasn't. All I know is that I never felt quite the same about that building again. The old hotel, turned apartment, turned brothel, now dorm, it had too many secrets, and I was starting to feel like it was holding on to them, keeping them just beneath the surface. Every time I walked down that hallway after that, I couldn't shake the feeling that something, or someone, was watching me. I could feel it in the air, just the slightest shift in the atmosphere, like the building was breathing with me. And that was the last time I ever let myself get too comfortable in that place. It was probably 1 or 2 a.m., and I remember waking up in the dead of night, feeling that weird sense of disconnection you get when everyone's asleep and you're alone in the house. The quiet feels different then, like the whole place is holding its breath. The house had that slightly chilly vibe when the furnace wasn't running, and I could feel the cold creeping up under the blanket, so I decided to get up and get something to drink. Maybe I had a strange feeling, maybe I was just thirsty, but I never gave it much thought at the time. I dragged myself out of bed and made my way down the hallway toward the stairs. The floor creaked under my feet, like it always did in the middle of the night. It was one of those sounds that somehow didn't make sense when everyone was supposed to be asleep. When I stepped off the last platform and landed on the bottom of the stairs, the house felt even quieter than usual. There was just the faint hum of the fridge in the kitchen, and outside, the wind was barely stirring the leaves. The whole thing felt off. I can't really explain it, but there was this feeling in the air, almost like I wasn't supposed to be up at that hour. It was the type of feeling you get when you're somewhere that's usually normal, but tonight it felt foreign. I passed through the kitchen on my way to the back door. The place was dark, just the moonlight filtering in from the window above the sink. When I reached the threshold, I glanced over at the mirror hanging on the wall, the one across from the door. In it, I could see the reflection of my backyard, and for some reason, I felt like I wasn't supposed to look out there, like something was about to happen. But I did anyway. I wasn't sure why, I just needed to know. And then I saw it. A light. It was moving around my backyard, dancing across the grass. At first, I thought it was someone with a flashlight, or maybe a car driving by. But then I realized something was off. The light wasn't like any flashlight or headlamp I had ever seen. It was too bright, almost blinding, and the way it moved was strange. It wasn't steady like a beam, either. It was erratic, darting around like it had a mind of its own, spinning and weaving in circles. I couldn't tell exactly what it was doing, but it definitely wasn't a person walking around with a flashlight. It didn't make any sense. It was the brightness that threw me first. It looked like a helicopter searchlight, one of those really intense beams they use for search and rescue, but there was no sound. I could barely hear anything except the rush of blood in my ears. I couldn't hear a helicopter. No engine, no thrum of a rotor, nothing. It felt so wrong, like the light was too loud even without sound. It was an eerie, too bright kind of glow, and it lit up the yard in a way that felt invasive, like it was searching for something or someone. I tried to make sense of it, but I couldn't. I just stood there, frozen. I wanted to call out, but no sound came out of my throat. I was glued to the spot, my feet feeling heavier with each passing second. My eyes wouldn't leave the window, even though my heart was thundering in my chest. I felt like I was holding my breath, but it wasn't because I was scared. It was like my body instinctively knew something was wrong and was waiting for some kind of response from the night. I wasn't sure what to do. Every thought I had was fighting against the next one. I should have just turned around and gone back upstairs, but instead, I took a step forward. I couldn't stop myself. I moved toward the corner of the kitchen, toward the window that looked out to the backyard. I crept around the doorframe, just enough to peer out through the glass. The moment my eyes hit the yard, I regretted it. The light was still moving. It was dancing in the shadows between the trees, creeping toward the edge of the fence. The way it flickered made it seem like it was trying to avoid something, or worse, like it was looking for something, like it was inspecting the yard. My mind started racing, trying to come up with something logical. Maybe a neighbor had a searchlight, or maybe someone was just goofing off in the yard. But as I stared at the moving light, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was way too deliberate. Whoever was out there knew exactly where they were going, and they weren't moving like any person I knew. There was no sound, no voices, no chatter, no footsteps crunching through the grass. Just the light. It didn't make any sense, and I felt the panic building up in my chest. I couldn't stay there anymore. I turned and ran back to the stairs. My feet were heavy as I pounded up the stairs, my mind a mess of thoughts and questions. By the time I reached my bedroom, I slammed the door shut and locked it, like that would somehow make me safer. I pressed my back against the door, my hands shaking. I tried to listen, but there was nothing. Just the sound of my breath and the quiet hum of the house. I spent what felt like hours sitting on my bed, staring at the door, afraid to move. My heart wouldn't stop racing, but everything outside had gone silent. There was no more movement, no more light, nothing. It was like whatever had been out there had disappeared. I wanted to call my parents, but I didn't. I didn't know what to say. Hey, I think someone's in the yard with a helicopter light, but I'm not sure. No, I didn't want to sound crazy. So I sat there. I didn't fall asleep that night. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined the light again, moving in the dark. I kept hearing it in my head, the way it flickered and searched the yard, never stopping, always scanning. I stayed up until morning, waiting for the sun to rise, knowing that if I could just make it until daylight, I'd feel better. When I finally heard my mom moving around upstairs, I felt a sense of relief I couldn't describe. The morning light broke through the blinds, and with it came the normal sounds of the house. Birds outside, the creak of the floorboards above me. Everything was as it should have been, but my nerves were shot. I couldn't stop thinking about the light, about how it moved, about how I hadn't heard a single thing. When my parents came downstairs, I tried to ask them if they'd seen anything strange outside, but the words felt stupid even as I spoke them. They looked at me like I was crazy. They said I'd probably imagined it, that maybe it was just a dream, but I knew it wasn't. It had been real. I hadn't imagined it. For weeks after that night, I kept an eye on the backyard whenever I passed the kitchen window. I'd look out at the trees, at the fence, checking for any sign that something wasn't right. But nothing ever happened again. The light never came back. It was like it had never existed. But I couldn't shake that feeling in my gut, the sense that something had been out there that night. And I'd never find out what it was. It was a terrifying thought, knowing that I had seen something, but that I'd never have the answers. The rest of my life went on, but that night stayed with me. Sometimes, when I was lying in bed, I'd find myself staring at the dark corners of my room, wondering what was out there, just beyond my view. And that was enough to keep me awake for hours. I was around 12 or 13, and it was Christmas Eve. The house was quiet, aside from the low hum of the TV in the background. My parents had gone to a Christmas party with some friends, and they wouldn't be back until late. I was used to spending time alone in the evenings, nothing out of the ordinary, just watching TV or playing Xbox. It was the kind of night where the house felt both cozy and a little empty at the same time, with the winter chill creeping in through the windows and the warm glow of the Christmas tree lights flickering in the corner of the living room. I had my usual routine that evening. I had a snack, watched a few Christmas specials on TV, and then went to my room to play video games. The digital worlds on the screen distracted me, and time passed quickly. Eventually, I decided it was time to go to bed. I turned off my Xbox, slid under the covers, and let out a big yawn. The bed was warm, and I was starting to feel the comfort of sleep pull me in. But then something happened. My heart started racing for no reason. There was no logical explanation for it. I wasn't scared, I wasn't thinking about anything weird, but my pulse quickened, and I couldn't shake the sense that something was off. My breathing became shallow, and I lay there for a while, just trying to relax and calm myself down. I remember thinking, it's nothing. Just get some sleep. A few minutes passed, and I finally started to feel like my heart was settling down when I heard it. A loud bang. It came from the front door. I froze in place, my muscles tensing. The first thought that ran through my head was that it must have been the wind, or maybe something falling outside. I didn't move, but I listened carefully. There was nothing after that first bang. My heart began racing again, but this time with a little more anxiety. I forced myself to get up, my feet barely touching the cold floor, as I made my way to the hallway. I peeked through the window by the front door. There was no one there, just the empty darkness of the street outside. I remember sighing with relief and chalking it up to the wind, or maybe even my imagination. I'm just being paranoid, I told myself. I turned to go back to bed, but as soon as I was about to get comfortable again, I heard it once more, another loud bang at the door. This time, though, there was something different. I heard a voice. It was hushed, muffled, almost as if someone was trying to whisper something, but I couldn't make out the words. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my stomach dropped. I froze in place. My mind scrambled, but I couldn't figure out what was going on. The sound was faint, almost as if whoever was out there was trying to be discreet. The door wasn't opening, but I could hear the low murmur of that voice, just beyond my sight. And then, as if on cue, I heard a dog. It was low at first, just a growl, but then it turned into a full-blown snarl. My heart pounded in my chest. But that was impossible. We didn't have a dog. I didn't even know anyone in the neighborhood who owned one. Panic crept in, my breathing becoming more erratic as the growling continued. It sounded like it was getting closer, like the dog was just outside the window. I pulled the covers over my head, trying to block out the sound, but it was no use. I could still hear the growl, mixed with the voice, the banging on the door. My mind was racing. What the hell was going on? Who was out there? Why was there a dog? My room felt suffocating, like the walls were closing in. I just wanted to disappear, to make all of this stop. The growling faded, but the silence didn't feel safe. It was like everything had gone still, just waiting. I lay there in the dark, barely daring to breathe, waiting for something else to happen. The seconds stretched into minutes. But then it came, the sound of glass shattering. A window smashed somewhere downstairs, and I felt the blood drain from my face. My hands turned cold, and for a moment, I couldn't move. The sound of the glass breaking was like a crack in reality itself. I could hear it echoing through the house. My mind raced, but I couldn't make sense of what I was hearing. I didn't want to either. There were more sounds now, thudding noises from the living room. Something, was moving around downstairs. I didn't know what to do. My instincts told me to get up and run, but I couldn't make myself move. My body was paralyzed with fear. The dog, the voice, the window, what was happening? I heard the shuffling of feet now, followed by the sound of things being knocked over and moved around. I was completely frozen, my heart hammering in my chest, my hands shaking under the covers. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to know what was going on down there. I was terrified, but I was too scared to make a sound, to even move a muscle. The thudding sound stopped. It was all quiet again, but the silence was worse than the noise had been. I couldn't bring myself to check what was happening downstairs. I just stayed in my bed, shaking. My eyes were wide open, staring at the dark ceiling. I was afraid to close them, to fall asleep. My mind kept playing over the events that had just happened. I couldn't make sense of it. I must have fallen asleep at some point, but I didn't remember doing so. The next thing I knew, I woke up to the pale light of the morning filtering through my window. Everything was calm. It was like nothing had happened. No broken window, no voice, no growling dog. The house was silent, just the usual quiet that I was used to in the mornings. I got out of bed slowly, not sure if I was still dreaming or if I'd just imagined it all. But when I went downstairs to check, there was no sign of anything being disturbed. No broken window, no overturned furniture, no evidence of anyone being in the house. The front door was locked. It was all fine. I checked the windows. They were all intact. The house was completely undisturbed. It didn't make sense. I thought back to everything that had happened the night before, The banging, the voice, the dog, the window smashing. But now it all felt like it had been a bad dream. But it wasn't. It couldn't have been. I went about my morning, my mind still spinning. I kept asking myself if I had imagined it all. Maybe I had been so tired, so caught up in the excitement of the holiday, that my mind had just tricked me. But the feeling of fear in my chest was still there. It hadn't gone away. My parents came home later that morning, and I didn't say anything about what had happened. I didn't want to sound crazy. They had no idea what had gone on while they were gone, and I didn't want them to worry about it. The rest of the day went on as usual, but the strange sense of unease lingered. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been wrong, even if there was no proof. And from that day on, every time I was alone at night, especially on Christmas Eve, I couldn't help but remember the events of that night. Even now, I can't quite explain it. There was no break-in, no one else in the house. But there was something about that night, something that still makes my heart race whenever I think about it. Maybe I'll never know what really happened, but whatever it wasn't just my imagination. Something was out there, watching, waiting, and I'll never forget that feeling. I checked into the hotel around 7 p.m. It was a sleep-in just off the highway in Auburn, Alabama, a stop I had planned in advance as the halfway point between Louisiana and North Carolina. I had been driving for hours, and my legs felt stiff when I stepped out of the car. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that lingers after a long day of sun, even though the sky was already dark. The lobby was quiet. A small desk, a single receptionist, the usual cheap hotel decor, beige walls, some uninspired paintings, artificial plants that had gathered dust in the corners. The receptionist checked me in with minimal effort, barely looking up from the screen. I took the key card, grabbed my bag from the car, and walked to the elevator. The third floor hallway smelled faintly of old carpet and cleaning supplies. The lights buzzed slightly. I found my room, swiped the key card, and stepped inside. It was the standard setup: a queen bed, a wooden desk, a small sofa, a flat-screen TV sitting on a dresser. A bathroom was off to the right, door slightly ajar. Everything looked fine. I set my bag down and locked the door behind me, slipping the metal latch into place. I had a long drive ahead of me the next day, but I wasn't tired enough to sleep yet. I opened my laptop and messaged a friend, chatting about nothing important. We ended up talking about the Paranormal Activity movies, how creepy they were. It felt ironic, sitting alone in a quiet hotel room, but I brushed the thought aside. After a while, I put on an episode of Castle and stretched out on the sofa, letting the familiar voices play in the background. I had barely been there an hour when I heard it. A sharp, metallic clink. I paused the episode, listened. Silence. I shook my head and hit play again. Then it happened again. Clink, clink. This time, I muted the laptop immediately. The sound had come from the bathroom. I sat completely still, waiting. Maybe it was my neighbor's bathroom? Thin walls. Maybe someone had dropped something on the tile. A few minutes passed. Nothing. I turned my show back on, trying to ignore it. Then the TV clicked on by itself. The room filled with the end credits of some movie, the sound blaring louder than it should have been. My chest tightened. The remote was nowhere near me. It was sitting on top of the TV, exactly where I had left it. I hadn't touched it. I stared at the screen, my brain slow to process what I was looking at. My first thought was the most rational one. Some kind of electrical issue. Maybe the TV was on a timer. Maybe someone had stayed in this room before me and set it up that way. But my stomach had already knotted up. I stood up carefully, walked to the TV, and turned it off. The screen went dark, its reflection showing the room behind me. My pulse was in my throat. I sat back down, kept my eyes on the screen of my laptop, tried to shake off the unease. Then it happened again. Clink, clink, clink. This time it wasn't from the room next door. This time it was from my bathroom. I bolted upright and stared at the doorway. The bathroom light was off, but I could see enough to tell that nothing had moved. I didn't want to go in there. I didn't even want to stand up, but I couldn't just sit there. I walked forward slowly, keeping my breath even, and pushed the door open all the way. The bathtub faucet was running. Water streamed steadily from the spout, pooling at the bottom before swirling down the drain. I reached out and turned it off. My fingers trembled slightly. I pulled my hand back and just stood there staring. There was no reason for that to happen. The faucet had been completely off when I got here. I knew that for a fact. And yet, here I was, standing in a dim hotel bathroom, looking at water droplets sliding down the porcelain, trying to convince myself this was normal. I stepped back into the room. The bed looked untouched, my laptop still glowing on the sofa. I glanced at the TV. It was still off. For a few minutes, I tried to sit and think it through. Maybe there had been air in the pipes. Maybe the knob was loose. I had to be logical about this. Then I picked up the hotel phone and dialed the front desk. Static. The line crackled, cutting in and out. I heard something, maybe a voice on the other end, but it was too garbled to understand. I hung up, stood still, tried again. The same thing. I wasn't going to sit there and wait for something else to happen. I grabbed my keycard and walked out, keeping my pace steady, trying not to look as unnerved as I felt. The elevator ride down was slow, the dim lights overhead making the space feel smaller than it was. When I stepped into the lobby, the receptionist was still there, scrolling through something on the computer. I walked straight up and told her, as evenly as I could, what had happened. She barely reacted. No surprise, no concern. Just a slight raise of her eyebrows before she laughed. A short, dismissive laugh, like she thought I was joking. "This has never happened before," she said, shaking her head slightly. I stared at her. I wanted to tell her again, to make her understand that I wasn't making this up, but I could already tell it wouldn't make a difference. She offered me a different room, the one next to my old one. I said no. She offered me another one, this time on the 4th floor, directly above my old room. I almost refused again, but I didn't want to argue. I took the key and went back upstairs. The 4th floor hallway was identical to the one below. The air smelled the same, the lights buzzed the same. But my new room was quiet. No noises from the bathroom, no flickering TV, nothing. Just silence. I barely slept, though. Every time I started to drift off, I'd jolt awake, listening for something that wasn't there. By morning, I packed up and left as quickly as I could. Months later, I found the receipt from that night. The hotel's address was printed clearly across the top. Spirit Drive. I used to see them a lot when I was younger. Shadows that moved without a source, shapes that flickered at the edge of my vision. I thought everyone saw them, but as I got older, people started telling me it was just my imagination. I was told that it was probably sleep paralysis, a phenomenon where your body wakes up but your mind is still dreaming. People said I was hallucinating, but there were times when I saw things when I wasn't asleep, when I was standing up fully awake, doing everyday things. I knew something was off, but I couldn't explain it. The first time it happened at my girlfriend's house, I hadn't been expecting anything unusual. I had been over there a few times, and nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Her house was in a quiet neighborhood, an older home that had a certain charm to it, but also an unsettling stillness at times. Her parents weren't home, so it was just the two of us, and we were spending a peaceful evening together. We were sitting in the living room, watching TV, when I first noticed it. It started as a flicker in the corner of my eye, just a shape that didn't belong. At first, I chalked it up to the usual tricks my mind played on me. You know, those moments when you think you see something and turn your head, but it's gone. But this wasn't just a flicker. It was more distinct. It was a shadow moving. I could feel it. A strange coldness crept into the room. My gaze shifted instinctively to the stairs, where the figure seemed to be, just barely visible in the dim light. It was walking down the stairs, hunched over like someone who couldn't quite move right, almost like they were crippled. My heart started to race. I felt that familiar sense of dread, the same one I'd felt so many times as a child when I saw things that weren't supposed to be there. I tried to tell myself it wasn't real, that it was just my mind playing tricks again, but then it turned. It turned and looked right at me. I froze. It had eyes that glinted with something strange. They were cold, lifeless, but undeniably there. My stomach twisted. I couldn't move, but I couldn't look away either. The figure didn't move. It just stood there, staring at me. It was like it was studying me. A few minutes passed, but it felt like an eternity. My breathing quickened, my pulse pounding in my ears. The dog, who had been lying peacefully at my feet, suddenly jumped up, barking wildly. Then, it ran into the corner of the room, whimpering. It was scared. That scared me even more. The dog, who had never reacted like that to anything, had seen it too. The figure didn't stay long. It slowly turned around and walked back around the corner, vanishing out of sight. I sat there, frozen for what felt like ages, trying to process what had just happened. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't explain it away. This wasn't a trick of the light or my imagination. It was real. It felt real. I tried to push the thought from my mind, but it stuck with me. Every time I went back to my girlfriend's house after that, I felt that uneasy presence, though I didn't see it again. It was as though something was always just out of sight, lingering, waiting. The second time it happened was much worse. I was at my girlfriend's house alone, just picking up something she had left behind. The house was quiet, the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. As soon as I walked in, I felt it. That coldness again. It was as if the air itself had thickened. The house felt heavy, and it was like I wasn't alone. I walked into the living room, and there it was, standing in the middle of the room, unmoving. I stared at it. This time, it wasn't flickering at the edge of my vision. It was solid, real. It stood in the middle of the room, not facing me, just staring into space. I felt a rush of adrenaline, my body instinctively freezing. But this time, I didn't let myself be paralyzed by fear. I remembered something I had learned when I was younger, something I had done before when I kept waking up to strange things in my room. I had found that if I focused hard enough, I could make them go away. If I stared at them, concentrated with every ounce of my focus, I could push them out of my line of sight. I didn't understand how or why, but it worked. So I stared. I focused on the figure, forcing myself to ignore the terror rising in my chest. The figure remained still, but its form began to flicker. It started to dissipate, like a wisp of smoke unraveling in the air. I could feel it, that strange, cold sensation ebbing away as the figure slowly faded. I thought it was gone, but as I exhaled a breath I didn't know I'd been holding, it came back. It wasn't the same this time. It was like it was pulling itself back together. It didn't fade completely. It just returned. The figure was still there, but it didn't disappear. I stared at it again, trying to make it go away, but it didn't. This time, it stayed behind me. It didn't come into view directly. It lingered in my peripheral vision, just outside of my gaze. Every time I turned, it was there, standing, watching, its presence weighing on me. It felt like it was getting closer, like it was waiting for me to break. I tried to focus on it, tried to make it dissipate, but it never did. I couldn't get it in my full line of sight long enough. It was as if it had learned from the last time and was refusing to play by the same rules. From then on, I hated being alone in the house. I tried to explain it to my girlfriend, but she didn't understand. She thought I was just uncomfortable staying there alone, but it wasn't that. There was something in that house, something that didn't belong, something that made my skin crawl. And it wasn't just me. My girlfriend's best friend had seen it long before I had even met her. I didn't know about it at first. I had no idea that she had been seeing the same thing. But one night, we both saw it at the same time, and that's when everything changed. We both froze, our eyes locking in mutual recognition. We had both seen it, and we both knew what it was. It didn't show up every time. Sometimes it would be gone for weeks, sometimes months, but every time it came back, it felt like the air itself shifted. Her friend, who had been seeing it for years, noticed it too. And sometimes, when it appeared, she would see it standing behind me. There was no mistaking it. The figure was real, and it wasn't going anywhere. But the strangest part was that it never appeared in photographs. No matter how hard we tried, it wouldn't show up on the camera. We took pictures with our phones with Polaroids, but nothing. The figure was never captured on film. It was as if it existed outside of that space, just beyond the reach of anything that could document it. I never talked to my girlfriend about how much it scared me. She still didn't understand. But every time I stayed over, I couldn't help but feel that cold breath on the back of my neck. It was there, lurking behind me, just out of sight, always waiting for me to turn around. And I hated it. It wasn't just the fear of the thing itself. It was the feeling of being watched, of knowing that it was always there, standing just behind me, breathing down my neck. It didn't matter how many times I tried to make it go away. It didn't matter how hard I focused, or how much I willed it to disappear. It was always there, lingering, just out of view. It's still there, waiting, and I'm not sure if I'll ever truly be free of it. But one thing I know for certain is that I'm not crazy. I'm not imagining it, and I'm not the only one who sees it. I don't know what it is, or why it's there, but it's real. It's as real as anything else in this house, and I can't escape it. I was 11 years old when it happened. 7 years have passed, and I still can't walk down an empty road without my heart hammering in my chest. I still glance over my shoulder, still flinch when a car slows down near me. I thought it would fade with time, that the fear would dull and eventually disappear, but it hasn't. It clings to me like a shadow, a constant reminder that danger doesn't always come with a warning. It was a cold, overcast afternoon in England, the kind of day where the sky stays gray from morning till evening, never quite breaking into rain, but never brightening either. My friend and I were walking down one of those endless country roads, the kind that stretched on for miles without a single house or building in sight. We lived in a rural area where towns were scattered far apart, little pockets of life surrounded by open fields and thick hedgerows. There weren't many cars on those roads, especially not at that time of day. If one did come by, it was usually an old farmer in a truck or a neighbor heading into town. We weren't thinking about anything in particular, just walking, talking about school or games, kicking stones along the cracked pavement. The road was lined with overgrown hedges and patches of tall grass, the kind that could easily hide animals or anything else lurking just out of sight. The air smelled like damp earth and distant wood smoke. The sound of birds in the trees and the occasional rustling in the bushes were the only things breaking the silence. Then we heard the sound of a car approaching. We didn't think much of it at first. It was just another vehicle passing by, nothing out of the ordinary. But instead of driving past us like they usually did, the car slowed down and then pulled over to the side of the road, just a few feet ahead of us. I remember every single detail of that car. It was a white sedan, slightly dirty, with mud splattered on the tires and lower panels. The windows were tinted just enough to obscure the inside, but as it came to a stop, I could see the shadowy shapes of the people inside. My stomach tightened. Something about it felt wrong. The back window was rolled down slightly, and that's when I saw her. A woman sat in the back seat, staring at us with an expression that still haunts me to this day. Her face was completely blank, devoid of any emotion, like she wasn't even seeing us, like she wasn't fully there. She had dark, shoulder-length hair, slightly disheveled, and pale skin that almost looked gray in the dim light. Her eyes were empty, unfocused. She didn't move. She didn't react. She just sat there, watching. Then the front door opened. A large man stepped out. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a thick build and rough-looking skin. His face was set in a scowl, and the moment he moved toward us, I knew we were in trouble. His presence was overwhelming, like a solid wall of aggression aimed directly at us. He was shouting something, his voice thick with an accent I didn't recognize at first, but the words were unmistakable. "Get in the fucking car." For a moment, we didn't move. My mind struggled to process what was happening. This wasn't something that happened in real life. This was the kind of thing you heard about on the news, the kind of thing that happened to other people. Not here, not to us. But it was happening. Before we could react, he lunged at us. His hands were like iron, clamping around our necks with a grip that sent panic surging through my body. He was strong, far too strong for us to fight off. I felt his fingers dig into my skin as he started pulling me toward the car. My friend was struggling beside me, his face twisted in pain and terror as the man tightened his grip. We started screaming. We shouted for help, screamed for him to let go, but it only made him angrier. His grip tightened, and then the first blow landed. A punch, hard and fast, right into my stomach. The air was knocked out of me instantly, my body folding over as pain exploded through my torso. Before I could recover, another hit landed, this time on my side. My legs buckled. I gasped for breath, my vision going blurry. Beside me, my friend was taking just as much damage. The man kicked him, hard, sending him stumbling back, only to be yanked forward again. The punches weren't just meant to subdue us. They were full force, brutal, as if he didn't care whether we lived through it or not. I could taste blood in my mouth, the metallic tang mixing with the bile rising in my throat. My mind was screaming at me to fight back, to do something, anything. But what could we do? We were just kids. He was a grown man, bigger, stronger, completely in control. Every time we struggled, he hit us harder. And then, just when I thought it was over, just when I thought we were going to be thrown into that car and driven off to God knows where, something changed. A noise, loud, sudden, cut through the chaos. The sound of a vehicle approaching fast, tires crunching on gravel. Headlights flashed, illuminating the scene in stark, blinding light. A white van, large and sturdy, barreling toward us. The man let go. It was almost instant, as if some switch had flipped inside him. 1 second, he was crushing the air out of my throat, his face twisted in fury. The next, he was backing away, his hands lifting slightly as if to feign innocence. The van slowed just enough for me to see the faces inside. Men, a group of them, trod eyes on their way home from work. I didn't know them, but at that moment, they were the most important people in the world. They must have seen what was happening because their expressions shifted, their movements sharp and deliberate. The man turned without a word, rushed back to his car, and got in. The door slammed. The tires screeched as the white sedan peeled away, speeding down the road and disappearing around a bend. We didn't move. For a long moment, we just stood there, shaking, struggling to catch our breath. My body ached, my skin burned where his hands had been, but I hardly noticed. My mind was still stuck in that moment, replaying it over and over. The van stopped a few feet away, and the men inside called out, asking if we were okay. I don't even remember what we said. I don't think we could form proper words. Somehow we made it home. I don't remember the walk. My brain must have blocked it out. All I remember is the fear, the overwhelming realization of how close we had come to disappearing forever. To this day, I don't know who they were. I don't know what they wanted, though I have my suspicions. All I know is that if that van hadn't come at the exact moment it did, I wouldn't be here. 7 years later, I still feel it. The fear never really goes away. I check over my shoulder. I tense when a car slows down near me. I know the world isn't safe. I learned that lesson the hard way. I've lived in the same house my entire life. Same walls, same floors, same creaks in the wood, same little things that never seem to change. It's not old, not historic, not the kind of place you'd expect to hear stories about. But ever since I was a baby, there's been something about this house that doesn't sit right. I don't remember the earliest things myself, but my parents do. They've told me that as a baby, I used to cry in my crib like any normal infant, but by the time they got to my room, I'd be calm, sometimes smiling. They said it was strange, how quickly I'd settle down. Then when I was old enough to talk, I apparently told my mom not to worry, because the man in the rocking chair keeps me safe. The chair had belonged to my grandfather. He sat in it every day until he died of a heart attack. That rocking chair is still in my room. It's just always been there. My dad has always said he feels weird in the yard, like someone's watching him while he cuts the grass. It's not like a passing feeling. He says it happens every time. When I was younger, I'd see him suddenly whip his head around, startled by something, and I could tell it wasn't just his imagination. Now he doesn't react as much, but every once in a while, I catch him turning sharply, like something flickered at the edge of his vision. When I was about 7, I had this plastic Godzilla toy. It wasn't one of those battery-powered ones that went off at random. This one had a button on its chest that made it roar and twist at the waist when pressed. One night, I couldn't sleep. I was just lying there staring at the ceiling when the toy suddenly went off on its own. I froze. It was sitting upright on my dresser, on the other side of the room, and there was no way anything had touched it. I didn't move for the rest of the night. My dad has told me a few times that he's seen a woman in a red dress walking down the hallway towards his bedroom. He never tries to explain it, never makes a big deal about it, just says it like it's a fact. The last thing that happened was about a month ago. I had just gotten home from work, late, around 2 a.m. The house was dark, and everyone was asleep. Our second floor is small, just a hallway with my room at one end, my sister's at the other, and the bathroom in between. The staircase comes up about halfway. I was walking upstairs, exhausted, barely thinking, when I saw someone coming down the steps towards me. I stepped aside, thinking it was my sister, and I even spoke to her without really registering what I was doing. Then, as the figure reached me, it was just gone. I was wide awake then, staring at nothing. I didn't go to my room right away. I stood there for a long time, my heart pounding, trying to convince myself I was just tired, that my eyes had played tricks on me. But it didn't feel like that. It felt like I had stepped out of the way for a real, solid person. I didn't tell anyone about it. What was I supposed to say? That I saw someone in the house that wasn't there? I don't know if the house is haunted. I don't really like that word. It's not like a horror movie. There aren't doors slamming shut, no voices whispering, no things flying across the room. Just little things. Things that don't add up. Things I can't explain. I still sleep in the same room, in the same house. and the rocking chair is still there. I lived in that apartment for 2.5 years, and for the first 2, nothing unusual ever happened. It was a 4-bedroom place, so people came and went, but I was the only one who stayed the entire time. I had different roommates throughout my time there, and for the most part, it was normal, just a typical college apartment. But during my last fall semester, when a new roommate moved in, things changed. I was a big fan of scary movies, especially around Halloween. By mid-August, I'd usually start having movie nights with friends, cramming into the living room with popcorn and blankets, watching horror films late into the night. It was something I'd done every year, never thinking twice about it. But that year, something was different. One night, I had a group of people over, 5, maybe 8 of us in total. We were deep into a movie when the front door creaked open, just a couple of inches. At first, I didn't think anything of it. Our neighbors were the type to walk in unannounced, like something out of Seinfeld, so I waited for someone to pop their head in. But no one did. The door just sat there, open. After a few seconds, a few of us got up and checked the hallway. No one was there. We figured it was just a draft and brushed it off. A few nights later, we decided to test it. We kept the door unlocked again while watching another movie. This time, we were ready. We kept our eyes on the door. And sure enough, it happened again. The door creaked open, just like before. This time, though, myself, my roommate, my boyfriend, and one of my neighbors jumped up immediately and ran out in different directions. We checked the hallways, the stairwells, nothing. No one was there. No footsteps, no sound of doors closing, no one running away. Just silence. That was weird enough, but the strangest thing happened when we watched Paranormal Activity 3. Before we started, we were joking about how weird the whole door thing had been. My boyfriend made an offhand comment, something about how it would really freak him out if the door not only opened, but also slammed shut. We all agreed that would be creepy, but we didn't think anything of it. About halfway through the movie, all the lights off, the door unlocked, it happened again. We heard the doorknob turn. Slowly, the door creaked open, just like before. It was almost predictable at that point. But then, something different happened. Instead of just hanging open, the door suddenly stopped, changed direction, and slammed shut. Hard. The entire apartment shook. The dry erase board we had on the wall came crashing down onto the floor. For a few seconds, no one moved. Half of us were frozen, staring at the door. The other half scrambled to turn on the lights. We jumped up, checked the door, checked the hallway, checked the stairwell again. Nothing. It was dead silent. There was no one there. That was when I started to feel uneasy about it. The first 2 times, I could write it off as a draft or something. But the way the door moved that night, it wasn't normal. A draft doesn't turn a doorknob. A draft doesn't open a door partway, then slam it shut with enough force to shake the walls. We stood there for a while, just staring at each other, not really sure what to do. Finally, someone, I don't even remember who, said something about how if we had pissed off whatever was messing with us, we were sorry. We weren't trying to provoke anything. We just wanted it to leave us alone. After that night, nothing else happened. At least, not for us. But about a week later, something weird happened with the new roommate. She was never around when any of this went down. She went home on weekends, so she hadn't seen the door move or anything like that. We hadn't even told her about it. But one day, she was walking around the apartment, speaking in tongues and throwing holy water in every room. She said she was blessing the apartment. I asked her what she was doing, and she just told me she felt like she needed to do it. She wouldn't explain. I never really got an answer for what happened in that apartment. The door never opened on its own again. I moved out not long after. But sometimes I still think about it. There had never been anything weird in that place until she moved in. I don't know if that means anything, but it still gives me chills when I think about it. It had been a strange few weeks since my family moved back in with my parents. The house we were staying in had been in rough shape when my parents bought it. It was a foreclosure, and the previous owners had left it in complete disarray. There were even signs of violence, with knife marks on the doors and walls and cruel, hateful messages written everywhere. The place had a dark energy about it, like something awful had happened there, and it lingered. My parents had spent the past couple of years remodeling it, fixing up the wreckage left behind. When I think about it now, the house was never really alive to me. It was just a structure that didn't feel welcoming, no matter how many fresh coats of paint went up or how many new carpets were laid down. And yet, we were stuck here, trying to make the best of it while we searched for a house of our own. At first, I thought the uneasy feeling I had was just my imagination running wild. After all, there was no reason to believe that a house could hold onto the past so strongly, right? One day, I was alone. My parents were out running errands, my husband at work, and the kids were with a friend for the day. I was upstairs in the guest room, putting some clothes away into the drawers, trying to keep busy. The house was eerily silent, which I usually didn't mind. I'd gotten used to it by now, the quiet that stretched between the moments of life and noise. But that day, I heard something. It was a voice, faint, but clear enough that I could make out the words. "You need to get out of here." I froze. I looked around the room, half expecting to see someone standing in the doorway or peering through the window. I quickly dismissed it, telling myself that I must have misheard. Maybe it was the TV downstairs, I reasoned, or something from outside. Anything but the voice itself. I'd been in the house long enough to feel like it was mine, too, like the space was familiar enough to ignore any little weirdness that cropped up. But then I really stopped, and listened. There was no TV, no sound of anything on. The house was still, almost too still. I stood there for a moment, my heart racing, the hair on the back of my neck prickling. I checked every room, made sure all the windows were closed, and peeked under the doors for any signs of movement. There was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. I grabbed my dog's leash and slipped out the back door, trying to clear my mind with a walk down the road. My dog, who usually acted all perky, was unusually quiet, almost tense. It was a familiar tension, the kind you get when you feel like something is watching you. I tried to shake off the fear, thinking maybe I was just stressed out from the move and the pressure of finding a new place to live. But something about that voice stuck with me. A few days later, it happened again. My husband and I were in bed, lights off, the house around us completely still. He had just finished reading something on his phone when he turned to me. "The door just opened," he said, his voice calm, almost too calm. I immediately sat up, feeling a jolt of panic run through me. The door to our bedroom, the one that was always shut tight, was now wide open, creaking slowly in the dark. I was still frozen, trying to make sense of it. It didn't make sense. The door had been latched shut just moments before. Neither of us had moved since we got into bed. I opened my mouth to ask him what was going on, but then he said, "And now it just closed." I stared at the door, and sure enough, it was slowly closing on its own. The latch clicked shut with a soft thud. I don't know how long we sat there, staring at the door in silence. The darkness in the room seemed to close in around us, pressing down. The house felt heavy, like it was holding its breath. I wanted to call my parents, or even someone, anyone, but I didn't. I think we both knew there was nothing that could explain this, not logically anyway. After that night, things seemed to escalate. I started hearing things, footsteps, faint sounds in the hallway when no one was there. But it wasn't until a few days after that, when I thought I had finally gotten used to the eerie atmosphere, that I learned I wasn't the only one experiencing strange things in that house. It was a Saturday, and my husband and I had taken the kids out for the day, visiting some parks and enjoying the sunshine. My parents had stayed behind, so when we came home, it was just the three of us, my husband, the kids, and me. When we walked into the house, my mom was sitting on the couch, looking a little unsettled. I was about to ask her what was wrong when she spoke up first. "I kept hearing someone coughing upstairs," she said, her voice low. I wasn't sure how to react. "It was so loud," she continued, "that I had to go check. But when I went up there, no one was there." I felt my stomach twist. I could already feel the nerves setting in again. And then when I came back downstairs, my mom went on. I heard a baby crying. It sounded like it was coming from upstairs too, but when I went to look, nothing was there. I had no words. What could I say? I tried to convince myself that it was nothing, that maybe my mom was just hearing things or imagining it. But deep down, I knew it wasn't that simple. It was about a week later when it happened again, but this time, it was different. This time, I had my own experience. I was in the kitchen, putting away groceries, and I heard it, clear as day. It was a cough, just like my mom had described. But this time, it sounded closer, like it was right behind me. I spun around, expecting to see someone standing in the doorway, or near the kitchen table. But no one was there. My heart pounded in my chest as I took a few cautious steps toward the hallway. The house felt so cold, like the temperature had dropped by 10 degrees in just a few moments. I hesitated, then took a deep breath. Maybe it was the wind, something outside rattling the windows. But no matter how I tried to rationalize it, the unease wouldn't go away. Later that night, we all went to bed, trying to forget about the weird happenings. But as I lay there, I heard it again. A voice, soft at first, then louder. I couldn't make out the words, but it was definitely coming from upstairs. I bolted up in bed, waking my husband. "Did you hear that?" I whispered, my voice shaking. He didn't respond right away, and I thought maybe I had imagined it. But then he spoke. "The door just opened," he said in a calm voice. My blood ran cold. The door to our bedroom was wide open again. The same door that had been closed when we first got into bed. And once again, it slowly creaked shut. We didn't sleep much that night. After that night, the house began to feel more like a burden than a home. The tension in the air was unbearable. Every creak, every whisper seemed to carry something heavy, something dark. I started to wonder if it was all in my head, if the past owner's violent energy had somehow seeped into the walls of the house. But no matter how hard I tried to reason it out, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that something was waiting. A few weeks later, I made the decision to leave. My husband and I agreed that it wasn't worth staying any longer, that the house had too much history and too many bad memories. We started looking for another place, far from the house with its scars and whispers. It wasn't easy, but after everything that had happened, I knew it was the right choice. Before we left, I stood in the front yard, looking up at the house one last time. It didn't feel like home. It never had. The silence was thick, like the house was holding its breath, watching me leave. And as I turned to walk away, I couldn't help but feel like I was finally leaving behind something that would never be mine. Something that would always be stuck in the past, no matter how much we tried to fix it. I'll never forget that house. Not the strange noises, the feeling of being watched, or the way it seemed to hold on to its history, like it couldn't let go. It was a house that had seen too much pain, and it was a house that would never be just a house. It would always be something more, something heavy, something I couldn't escape. I don't know why we thought it was a good idea. Maybe it was the boredom of living in a small town, or maybe we just wanted to impress the girls, but that night still sticks with me. The memory of it isn't like the ones that fade over time or change with retelling. This one is still sharp, still too vivid. It was late fall, just cool enough to wear a jacket, but not cold enough for it to be uncomfortable. The kind of night where the sky feels too big, the stars too bright, and the dark seems to stretch further than it should. My buddy Jake had his dad's old truck, and we picked up two girls, Sarah and Emily, before heading out. They were the kind of girls who liked guys who could handle creepy things, and we wanted to prove we weren't afraid of anything. So we took them to the abandoned house. Everybody in town knew about it. It was way out in the deep country, down past the old mill road, off the highway, down a winding dirt road with more potholes than pavement. You had to drive slow or risk breaking an axle. Then, once the road ended, it was a half-mile walk through the woods. There was no driveway, no clearing, just trees, thick and silent, pressing in on both sides. The house had been empty for decades. Nobody lived near it, and as far as I knew, nobody ever had since whatever happened there in the 1970s. I'd heard stories, kids talked about it in school, but nobody had ever been able to say exactly what went down. Some said people were murdered inside. Some said bodies were buried under the house. There were too many rumors, but nobody knew the truth for sure. What we did know was that the place had a reputation, and that was enough for us. When we got out of the truck, the woods were quiet. Too quiet. No crickets, no rustling leaves, no distant barking dogs. Just the sound of our own footsteps crunching over twigs and dead leaves. The girls were already on edge, whispering to each other, but Jake and I just laughed it off. We wanted to act like we weren't scared. The house was exactly how I remembered it from the last time I'd been out there. 2 stories, leaning slightly to one side, with broken windows and a sagging porch. The door was still hanging open like it always was, the hinges long rusted. Inside, the air was stale, thick with the smell of old wood and rot. Our flashlights bounced off peeling wallpaper, broken furniture, and the kind of dust that only settles in places that haven't been touched in years. We walked through every room, taking our time, shining our lights into dark corners. There were still old things left behind, rusted bed frames, a toppled-over dresser, an old newspaper so faded I couldn't read the date. It felt empty, like any other abandoned house, but there was something about it that made my stomach feel tight, like we weren't supposed to be there. After a while, we got bored and decided to check out the shed out back. I had never been inside it before. From the outside, it was just a small, slanted structure, half covered in vines, with a rusted metal roof that had caved in on one side. The door was swollen shut from years of rain, but Jake and I both pushed against it, trying to force it open. That's when we heard it. A scream. A woman's scream. It was loud, sharp, and it cut through the trees like a blade. We froze. My first thought was that one of the girls had gotten hurt, but they were both standing right behind us, gripping each other's arms. Jake and I looked at each other. The scream had come from inside the house. I thought maybe, just maybe, some of our friends had followed us out here to mess with us. But as I looked at Jake, I could tell he was thinking the same thing I was. Nobody we knew would have come out here alone in the dark just to pull a prank. And even if they had, we would have seen their flashlights. We would have heard them sneaking around. But there was nothing, just silence. We ran back inside, shoving the door open so hard it nearly came off the hinges. Our flashlights cut through the dark, bouncing off the walls as we searched every room. Nobody was there. The place was empty. The girls were breathing hard, gripping each other's jackets like they were trying to fuse together. Jake's face was pale, his jaw tight. I could feel my own pulse pounding in my ears. Then, just as we were about to leave, the screaming started again. But this time, it wasn't coming from inside. It was coming from everywhere, all around us. It was a woman, over and over again, her voice raw and panicked, echoing through the trees, from the walls, from the air itself. My stomach turned to ice. Every instinct in my body told me to run. And we did. We bolted out the door, sprinting back through the woods like our lives depended on it. The ground was uneven, branches snapping under our feet, tree roots reaching out like hands trying to trip us. The screaming followed us, getting louder, coming from every direction. I couldn't tell if it was one voice or many. We stumbled back onto the dirt road, barely slowing down as we piled into the truck. Jake turned the key, the engine roared to life, and we tore out of there, tires spitting gravel, leaving nothing but a cloud of dust behind. Nobody spoke on the drive back. When we finally got to Jake's house, we told his older brother what had happened. He didn't even look surprised. "You know they found bodies out there, right?" he said, leaning back in his chair. I didn't answer. Back in the 70s, some drifter or something killed a bunch of people. They say he took women out there, did God knows what. Corpus found in Tulach. I wanted to tell him he was full of shit, that it was just some urban legend. But the look on his face told me otherwise. Jake and I never went back. Sarah and Emily wouldn't even talk about it. To this day, none of our friends have ever admitted to messing with us. And I know deep down they didn't. Because whatever was out there that night, whatever was screaming, it wasn't human. It had been a long, quiet evening at my friend's house. We were sitting on the couch in the living room, watching TV and snacking on chips, just like any other night. But this night felt different. The air was thick with something I couldn't quite place, an unspoken unease that had been building for a while. I'd heard the rumors about the house, of course. Everyone in town knew about it. The house, a century-old structure, sat tucked away on a quiet street in the city. From the moment I first stepped inside, I felt the weight of its age. The house creaked and groaned with every step, the kind of noises that make you feel like you're never truly alone. My friend had always said the place was haunted, but she never seemed scared. In fact, she seemed almost comforted by the presence she felt there, often telling me that there was some kind of guardian angel looking over her. It was strange, really. She would go on about how the house felt alive in a way, like it had a soul of its own. Of course, I didn't take much stock in the paranormal stuff. I liked the idea of ghost stories as much as the next person, but I never believed in them. Still, there was something about the place that I couldn't shake. The attic, especially, was unsettling. I'd never been up there myself, but she had mentioned it a few times, the third-floor attic, with its low beams and shadowed corners. Something about it gave her the creeps, and it definitely gave me the creeps just hearing about it. That night, after hours of talking and laughing, my curiosity about her house's eerie vibe got the better of me. I asked her again about her experiences. She'd told me so many stories over the years, things that seemed too strange to ignore. One in particular stuck with me. She'd mentioned waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of a toy playing. It was one of those old wind-up toys that spins around while playing a tune, the kind you find in antique shops or tucked away in basements. I remember her describing it in detail. The toy was in the small closet above her bed, a cramped little storage area that was barely big enough to fit anything but old boxes and forgotten things. According to her, it wasn't the first time she'd heard the toy playing in the middle of the night. At first, she thought it was a figment of her imagination, but when it happened again, she knew something was off. The toy would wind up, and then, as if it were somehow alive, it would begin playing its haunting little tune. The sound echoed through the room, filling the silence with a melody that didn't belong. She told me that she froze at first, just lying there in her bed, too afraid to move. The sound was so clear and distinct that she could almost feel it in her chest. It wasn't just the music that freaked her out. It was the fact that the toy hadn't been wound up for years. It was stored in the back of her closet, buried under a pile of old clothes and forgotten trinkets. Yet somehow it played. When the sound stopped, she was relieved, but only for a few minutes. Then, as if it had never ceased, it started up again. This time, she couldn't ignore it. She got out of bed, heart pounding in her chest, and climbed into the closet, desperate to turn the toy off. But no matter how hard she reached, she couldn't find it. The toy was just out of her grasp. It was like it was toying with her, knowing she couldn't get to it. She told me she felt something cold brush against her skin as she stretched out, but when she looked, there was nothing there. Eventually, the toy stopped, and the room fell silent once more. But that silence was more unnerving than the toy's music. She said it was like the house was waiting for something. As she told me this story, I couldn't help but notice the tension in her voice. She wasn't scared exactly, but there was something in her eyes that suggested she'd seen enough to make her uneasy. And then, of course, there were the cats. Her two cats, always so calm and affectionate, had started acting strangely around that closet. She'd noticed it at first when she came home one day. The cats were just staring at that corner of her room, wide-eyed, their bodies stiff. They weren't moving, not even blinking. She called them, tried to get their attention, but they just stared. And then the dog, her usually playful and energetic dog, started doing the same thing. It was the way they all seemed to be fixated on that one spot, like something was there, something they could see but she couldn't. The house always felt a little off when they acted like that. One of the most unsettling things she told me happened a few months ago. We were hanging out, as usual, and decided to try something. She had this old video recorder, and we figured, why not? We'd never done anything like this before, but the idea of capturing something on camera, something we couldn't explain, seemed like a good idea. We decided to leave the recorder up in the attic. I don't know why, but it felt like that was where we'd get the best results. It was the perfect spot, quiet, isolated, and full of strange energy. We left the house for a bit, just to make sure we were out of the way of anything that might happen. We returned a couple of hours later, excited and a little nervous. As soon as we watched the footage, we both froze. At first, it was just the usual hum of static and empty space. But then, clear as day, we heard a voice. It was unmistakable, a woman's voice calling her name. Sarah. That's what it said, Sarah. We both stared at the screen, stunned. It wasn't either of us. We weren't even in the house when the recording was made, and there was no way it was her dad. He was downstairs, asleep on the couch. The voice was clear, sharp, and so real it made the hairs on my arms stand up. It was a woman's voice, definitely not her mom, and she wasn't home. That wasn't the only thing we caught on tape. We heard footsteps. At first, I thought it was just the house settling, but then it kept happening. The creaking of floorboards, the sound of something moving across the attic floor, just beyond the camera's view. We even heard a cough, followed by a soft sneezing sound, as if someone was up there, right in front of the camera. But when we checked the attic afterward, there was no one there. The silence was so thick, it felt suffocating. We tried recording more after that, hoping to catch something else, but nothing as clear as that first instance. Still, the house continued to feel alive in ways that were hard to explain. We'd hear the footsteps, and sometimes even the furniture would shift on its own, just enough to notice, but not enough to be sure. There were nights when we'd hear things moving in the attic, but when we went up there, it was always still. No sign of anything out of place. It made me wonder, honestly, what was going on in that house. The most recent incident was the one that finally broke me. I stayed over one weekend, just hanging out, but things felt different this time. The house was unusually quiet, and for the first time, I felt truly uncomfortable being there. I kept hearing sounds coming from the attic, like things being knocked over or dragged across the floor. At first, I tried to brush it off, but then I heard something else, a distinct scraping noise, like someone was dragging something heavy. It was coming from right above us, from the ceiling. I wasn't going to go up to the attic by myself. Not after everything I'd seen and heard. But my curiosity got the better of me, and I asked Sarah if she wanted to go with me. We grabbed a flashlight and slowly made our way up to the third floor. The door creaked as we opened it, and the smell of old wood and dust filled the air. We stood in the doorway for a moment, staring into the dark, empty space. Then I heard it, a sound, faint but distinct, from the far corner of the room. It was the toy, the same one Sarah had told me about. I couldn't believe it. I slowly walked over to where it lay, its music still faintly playing, winding down, and I reached out to turn it off. My hand shook as I touched it, the cold metal sending a jolt through my fingertips. "Turn it off," Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. I did. The sound stopped, and for the first time since I stepped into that house, the air felt still. Quiet, almost like it was waiting for us to leave. And that's when we decided it was time. We grabbed the recorder and rushed downstairs. After that night, Sarah decided to take a break from trying to capture anything else on tape. I didn't blame her. There was something about that house, the way it seemed to be alive with sounds and movements, the way the animals reacted to the unseen, that made me question everything. The place wasn't haunted in the traditional sense, but there was something there. Something I couldn't explain. I still visit Sarah, of course, but every time I step through that door, I can't shake the feeling that something's watching. It's hard to explain. The house is old, yes, but there's something more to it, something that doesn't belong. I don't know if it's the past, the history of the house, or something else entirely. But one thing's for sure, I don't think we'll ever truly understand what's going on there. And I don't know if I want to. Some things are better left unknown. It's a strange thing to feel like something's off when you're supposed to be surrounded by the comfort of family. Growing up, I had a very distinct sense that something wasn't quite right, even when everything seemed fine. I didn't know how to describe it, didn't even have the words for it at the time, but it was there, always lurking in the background, always making me feel uneasy in a way I couldn't shake. It wasn't a big thing, not a glaring absence, but more of a subtle weight that seemed to press down on me when I wasn't looking. Every time we sat down for dinner, all of us gathered around the table, I would scan the room, looking at my parents, my siblings, and the empty chairs. It was a strange feeling, almost like I was trying to find a piece of a puzzle that never quite fit. I would think to myself, surely this can't be all of us. It was like I was waiting for someone to walk through the door, someone I couldn't quite name, someone I couldn't quite remember. I never spoke about it, never had the words or the courage to tell anyone, but it was there every time, making me feel uneasy in my own skin. The feeling was always there, gnawing at the back of my mind. Every family gathering, every holiday dinner, every quiet evening together, it felt like someone was missing, like there was supposed to be one more person. I couldn't explain it to anyone, so I didn't try. I thought I was just being silly or imagining things. But the feeling never went away. It wasn't just a passing thought or a weird daydream, it lingered. It was with me when I woke up in the morning, when I went to bed at night. It was there, hanging in the air like something I couldn't quite touch or understand. As I grew older, I started to notice other things. Little things that added to the unease I felt. I remember when I was in middle school, I started to get more sensitive to things. I'd lie in bed at night, staring at the ceiling, and feel like something was watching me. It wasn't a bad feeling, not exactly, but it was unsettling. It felt like someone, or something, was there, standing just beyond the edge of my vision, waiting for me to turn my head. Sometimes I'd get this odd, comforting sensation, like a presence that wanted to hold me, to soothe me. It was strange, almost like a gentle hug when I was feeling sad or alone. But the weirdest part? I didn't know who or what it was. It felt nurturing. It was almost as though whatever it was that lingered around me understood when I was upset and wanted to make me feel better. It didn't feel threatening, but it was unfamiliar, and the feeling of being watched stayed with me. I never told anyone about it, not even my sister, who I was closest to. I kept it to myself, as I'd done with the other strange sensations I had over the years. After all, I didn't have any explanations for it. Who would believe me? It wasn't until the final years of middle school that I finally told my sister. We were sitting in her room, talking about our family, like we always did when we were alone. I don't know what made me bring it up, but I casually mentioned how, for as long as I could remember, I had always felt like someone was missing. She didn't say anything at first, just stared at me, maybe surprised that I was telling her something so personal. Then, I told her about the strange feeling I had in my room, about the comforting presence that seemed to be there when I was upset. It was a quiet admission, the kind you make when you're not sure how the other person will react. I waited for her to laugh at me or tell me I was being dramatic, but she didn't do that. Instead, she looked at me for a long time, like she was trying to figure out if I was joking. When she finally spoke, her voice was quiet. "Whoa," she said, her eyes wide. She didn't say anything more at first, just sat there, lost in thought. I watched her, wondering what she was thinking, and I waited. After a long silence, she finally spoke again, her voice barely above a whisper. "You were always crying for him when you were little. You used to say you missed him. Our brother." She paused for a moment, her face unreadable. "We never had a brother, though. You know that, right?" I felt a cold shiver run through me. I knew what she was talking about, but it didn't make sense. I had no memory of a brother, none at all. I had grown up with 2 sisters, and that was it. There had never been a brother. Our parents had never talked about one. It didn't add up. But hearing her say it, it stirred something in me, like a long-buried memory that didn't want to resurface. "What are you talking about?" I asked, confused, my heart pounding in my chest. I had never heard this before, never known about this lost brother. But something in her words felt familiar, like a faint echo of something I should know. "When you were little," she continued, her voice soft but steady, "you would always cry for him. You'd ask where he was, and when Mom would ask who you were talking about, you'd say the brother I had. And you'd always say you missed him, that you wanted to see him again." I couldn't explain it. It made no sense. There had never been another brother. There was no family history of loss or grief. My mom had never been pregnant with a son, and as far as I knew, there had never been any mention of a child who didn't survive. But the more I thought about it, the more I wondered. Could it have been some kind of memory, something I couldn't fully understand? Was it possible that my mind had created this idea of a brother, someone I never knew, but who I had longed for in some way? And then there was the feeling in my room, the one that comforted me when I was sad. Was it possible that the presence I felt, the one that seemed to watch over me in my darkest moments, was somehow connected to this lost brother? Could it be that it wasn't just my imagination, but something more, something I couldn't fully grasp or comprehend? The idea was strange, almost too much to take in, but it didn't feel entirely wrong. It didn't feel like a ghost or a supernatural thing. It felt real, in a way I couldn't explain. It felt like a part of me, a part of my family, that had been hidden away, lost in time. I didn't talk much about it after that night. My sister and I never spoke of it again, though the weight of it stayed with me. I still feel it sometimes, that odd sensation that someone is just out of reach, that someone is missing. The feeling never fully went away. I wonder, sometimes, if there's more to it, more to this strange presence that seemed to comfort me when I needed it most. Was it truly my lost brother, or was it something else entirely? Something beyond my understanding? I don't know. Maybe I never will. But there are moments when I think about it, moments when I feel the strange sensation again, that same feeling I had as a child, that something was missing. It's hard to explain, and maybe it's just me holding on to something from my past that doesn't make sense. But part of me wonders if it was real, and if somehow, some way, I wasn't ever truly alone. I was having the dream again. It was always the same, in some way or another, a world crumbling under the weight of something unnatural, something relentless. The streets outside were broken, littered with abandoned cars. Their doors swung open, as if the people inside had tried to run and never made it far. The air carried a weight of silence, the kind that only existed after too much noise, after too much had happened. And somewhere beyond the buildings, I knew they were out there. The undead. I had been running for what felt like days, scavenging for food, dodging the groups of things that moved in staggered, jerky motions, their presence a sickening reminder that nothing was normal anymore. Every encounter was a risk, Every moment outside was a game of survival. It was exhausting. Then suddenly I was home. I don't know how I got there. 1 second, I had been outside, and the next, I was standing in my living room, the television on, but playing nothing of importance. Static hummed softly from the speakers. It was daylight, pale sunlight filtering through the blinds, slicing across the carpet in angled lines. The clock on the wall read 11:30 a.m., and my mother was there. She had just gotten home from a trip. She was setting her bags down, acting like nothing was wrong, like the world wasn't falling apart outside. I tried to tell her what was happening, to explain that we needed to be careful, that we couldn't just go about things like normal, but she barely acknowledged my words. Instead, she was upset about some chore that needed to be done. I don't even remember what it was, just that it felt impossibly unimportant compared to everything else. I argued. She didn't listen. At some point, I gave up, deciding to stall by taking a nap. Sleep had been rare in this nightmare, and I figured if I could just rest, maybe I would wake up, and things would be different. Before lying down, I took an aspirin. The pill got stuck in my throat, and I started coughing, my breath catching as I tried to clear it. The sun was still there, streaming through the blinds, the television's soft hum still in the background. It felt real. Then I woke up. I jolted upright in bed, my chest heaving, throat raw as I coughed violently. My body felt heavy, sluggish, like I had actually been running, like I had actually gone through all of it. It took a few seconds to register my surroundings. The sun was coming in through my blinds at the same angle. The television was on in the living room, playing softly. My bedroom door was open. The clock read 11:45 a.m. My stomach twisted. For a split second, I thought I was still in the dream, that I had woken up into the same place, the same moment, that the nightmare hadn't ended. My heart was hammering against my ribs, my skin slick with sweat. And then the real panic set in. My mother wasn't supposed to be home yet. I sat there, breathing hard, trying to piece together what was happening. The dream had felt so real, down to the details, down to the way the sun cut through my room, the way the television played in the background, the way I had been coughing. And now I was here, in the exact same situation, with no clear understanding of how much of it had been real, and how much of it had been my mind twisting into something else. I thought about the apocalypse, the streets, the running. I thought about the argument with my mother, how I had been so convinced it was real. I thought about how, in the dream, I had woken up at 11:30 a.m., coughing from the aspirin, and how now, in reality, I was coughing, and the time had barely moved forward. I could feel my heartbeat in my ears. I turned slowly, my muscles stiff with hesitation, and looked toward the bedroom door. The hallway beyond was quiet. The television's soft murmur drifted in from the living room. I had to get up. I had to check. Swinging my legs over the side of the bed, I stood, my body still feeling weighed down by exhaustion. Every step toward the hallway felt unnatural, like moving through water. My hands were clammy, my throat still burning from the coughing fit. I peeked into the living room. Empty. The couch sat untouched. The coffee table, the blanket draped over the side, the remote resting next to a half-empty water bottle. Everything was exactly as I had left it the night before. The television was playing some morning talk show, the hosts laughing at something I wasn't paying attention to. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. I stepped further into the room, glancing toward the front door. It was locked, just as I had left it. No signs of anything being disturbed. I exhaled, trying to shake off the unease. It was just a dream, a hyper-realistic, painfully detailed dream, but a dream nonetheless. Still, I couldn't shake the way my body felt, the way my hands still trembled slightly, the way my heart refused to settle into a normal rhythm. I grabbed my phone off the counter and checked for any missed calls or messages. Nothing unusual. I hesitated before texting my mother, asking if she was still on her trip. Her response came a minute later. Yes, still here. Everything okay? I let out a slow breath. It had just been a dream. But as I sat there on the couch, watching the morning light stretch further across the floor, I couldn't help but feel like something was off. Like I had crossed some invisible line between reality and something else, something I wasn't supposed to touch. I shook the thought away. It was just a dream. My mom swears to this day this story is 100% true. I wasn't old enough to remember any of it, but she has recounted the events so many times that I know every detail by heart. It all started when my parents lived in a small apartment right after I was born. They had a modest two-bedroom unit on the second floor of a building that wasn't exactly new, but not too old either. It wasn't a fancy place, but it was home, and my parents were doing their best to make it work for me, their firstborn. At the time, I was just an infant, barely able to crawl, but I'd always been an energetic kid. As my mom would later tell me, I was always moving, always curious, and always getting into everything I could reach. She would have to keep a very close eye on me because even at such a young age, I was already a handful. Mom and Dad had set up a crib for me in their room because they figured it would be easier for her to keep an eye on me that way. The crib was a simple wooden one, nothing fancy, just a place for me to sleep, though I often wasn't asleep for long stretches. I would wake up frequently, and being too young to know better, would start crawling around and making noise. My mom would check in on me every few minutes, making sure I wasn't getting into trouble. And she told me that, for the most part, I was a pretty happy baby, just a little too curious for my own good. One of my mom's routines was doing laundry. She'd go into the other room to wash clothes while I was in my crib, usually still awake, rolling around and babbling to myself. She'd leave the door to the laundry room open just enough so she could hear me if I needed anything. Most of the time, when she'd peek in to check on me, I'd be doing exactly what she expected. Sitting up in the crib, sometimes pulling myself up on the bars, sometimes lying back down with my blankets tangled around me. But there was one thing that started to trouble her. Over the course of several days, my mom began to notice something strange. She'd walk into the room and see me awake, playing or crawling around, but when she came back from the laundry room, I was always perfectly settled in my crib, tucked under my covers, and everything looked neat. At first, she chalked it up to me just being a particularly fussy baby who managed to settle herself back down somehow. But as this continued to happen, she became increasingly uneasy. She began to wonder how I could be moving around, only to be perfectly still and organized when she came back into the room. She mentioned this to my dad, but he was skeptical. He was always the kind of person who didn't believe in anything odd or unexplained. If something strange happened, there was usually a logical explanation in his mind. Maybe I was just a sleepwalker, he suggested. Maybe I was rolling over in my sleep and kicking my covers back on, which caused me to look all neat when she returned. But my mom wasn't convinced. She kept getting more and more worried. It wasn't just the neatness that bothered her. It was the feeling she got when she walked into that room. It started to feel like something wasn't right. After a few more days of this, she decided to buy a baby monitor. It was one of those old school ones, the kind with the analog dial and static you could hear when it picked up sounds. She set it up, figuring it would help her keep an ear on me when she was in the other room. The first few days with the monitor didn't seem to change anything, but one afternoon, something happened that shook her to her core. It was a quiet day. My dad was at work, and my mom was in the kitchen, preparing lunch and filling my bottle. She had the baby monitor on the counter, the sound of static barely audible in the background. She was busy, focused on her tasks, when she heard a strange noise coming from the monitor. It wasn't the usual crackle of static. This was different, high and low-pitched sounds, like a faint humming or some sort of whistling. It was eerie, unsettling. My mom froze for a moment, trying to make sense of the noise. It didn't sound like anything she had heard before. She walked into my room, unsure of what to expect. When she opened the door, she saw me in my crib, but something was wrong. I wasn't asleep or playing. I was on all fours, staring at something in the corner of the room, next to the nightstand and the lamp. My mom called my name, trying to get my attention, but I didn't react. I didn't move a muscle. I just kept staring, my tiny body frozen in place, my eyes fixed on nothing that my mom could see. She stood there for a moment, watching me, trying to make sense of it. Then, as she approached the crib to check on me, she noticed something that sent a chill down her spine. The nightstand, which had always been plain and simple, now had something carved into the wood. It wasn't a carving she had ever seen before. It wasn't a design or a random scratch from some kind of accident. No, this was deliberate. I hate messy cribs. The words were scratched into the wood, as if someone had used a sharp object to carve them out. My mom's heart raced. She couldn't comprehend what she was seeing. The room was still, and I was still staring at the corner, oblivious to her presence. My mom grabbed me, holding me close, and looked around the room for any sign of what could have caused this. But there was nothing except for the disturbing message on the nightstand. At first, My mom thought it was some kind of mistake. Maybe the wood had been scratched by something, or maybe there was some other logical explanation. But as she looked closer, she realized that the carving was too precise to be an accident. It was done intentionally, and the words, they didn't make any sense. Who would write something like that? My mom didn't waste any time. She left the room in a hurry, clutching me tightly, and she ran to the kitchen to call my dad. She told him what had happened, describing the strange noises, the way I was acting, and the terrifying message carved into the wood. At first, he brushed it off, just like he always did with anything that seemed out of the ordinary. But this time, my mom wasn't backing down. She was shaken to her core. A couple of days passed, but my mom's unease only grew stronger. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. She couldn't explain the noises or the carving, and she definitely couldn't explain my odd behavior. She decided that enough was enough. She needed to get out of that apartment, to get away from whatever was happening there. She couldn't bear the thought of staying there with me any longer. She called her parents, my grandparents, and told them what was going on. They immediately offered to let us stay with them for a while, so that's what we did. We packed up our things and moved in with them for what was supposed to be a temporary stay. My mom never went back to that apartment. She and my dad eventually found a new place to live, but she never forgot what happened. To this day, my mom says she's convinced that there was something more to what happened than just an overactive imagination. She believes that something was in that apartment, watching me, and somehow manipulating events to make her question her sanity. She'll tell anyone who asks that she knows what she saw, that she knows the apartment was never right. And she'll always remember that feeling of walking into that room, seeing me in my crib, perfectly still, while something carved into the nightstand made its presence known. I don't know what happened, but I've always trusted my mom. I've never been able to shake the feeling that there was something more to her story, something that was beyond my understanding as a child. I'm just glad that we got out of there, and I've never had any strange experiences like that since. But every time my mom tells the story, I can see the fear in her eyes, and I know she'll never forget it. I was about 14 years old, sitting at my computer, a bulky thing at the time. It was the middle of the afternoon, the sunlight pouring through the windows, casting a warm glow across the room. I was playing Command & Conquer, Tiberian Sun, deeply focused on my game. My back was to the front door, which was made entirely of glass. The door opened up into the front yard, so from where I sat, I couldn't see much outside unless I turned around. I often liked the setup. It was peaceful, with no distractions. It was my space, and I was content in it, lost in my game. But then, something changed. It wasn't a sound, nor was it a sudden movement. It was more of a shift in the air around me, a sudden weight that pressed on my chest. It was subtle at first, like the room had gotten quieter, as though all the noises of the house, the hum of the refrigerator, the distant sound of a dog barking, had just stopped. I felt it before I saw it, the familiar feeling that something was wrong. I couldn't place it exactly, but I knew something was out of place. It was a feeling like being watched, like someone was there, just behind me, waiting for me to turn around. I couldn't explain it, but it felt like the atmosphere itself had darkened, despite the bright daylight outside. It was a strange, uncomfortable feeling that made my skin prickle. For some reason, I couldn't focus on the game anymore. The clicking of my mouse felt distant, almost muffled. And then, without even thinking, my instincts kicked in. I turned around. I didn't know what I expected to see. Maybe a neighbor, or a package left at the door. But what I saw made my heart race, and my blood run cold. There was a figure standing just outside the door, taller than the door itself. The figure was hunched slightly, its head bent sideways, almost as if it was trying to peer through the glass. It was too tall to be anyone normal. The sunlight didn't reach it. It was darker than anything around it, like a shadow that didn't quite belong. It stood still, unmoving. I couldn't make out any details. The figure was pitch black, no defining features at all. It was as if the figure absorbed light, a void standing in the sunlight. The edges of its form were blurred, like looking at something through a fogged-up window. It was dressed in what looked like a long coat or jacket, but the shape of it didn't make sense. It seemed old-fashioned somehow, but I couldn't make out the details. Its head was covered by some sort of hat, a wide-brimmed one, the kind you'd expect to see from old Western movies. But nothing about the scene felt right. There was no way this figure could have been someone just passing by. I couldn't move. My breath caught in my throat as I stared, my heart pounding harder with every passing second. I could feel my pulse in my ears, the blood rushing in a dull roar. The figure didn't move, didn't blink. But somehow, I knew it was staring at me, its presence heavy and unyielding, like it could see straight into me, like it was aware of every thought I had. The air felt colder, the room suddenly suffocating. For what felt like an eternity, I couldn't bring myself to look away. My body felt like it was frozen in place. I wanted to yell, to move, to do anything, but I couldn't. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. Was it a prank? Could it have been a neighbor playing some sort of joke? No, it wasn't. It couldn't be. The figure was too tall, too dark, too unnatural to be a person in any normal sense. It was like something out of a nightmare, out of place and wrong in a way I couldn't describe. Suddenly, my instincts snapped back into action. I couldn't stay there, not knowing what that thing was. I had to look away, had to turn back around to do something. But I was too scared to move, too scared to act. I swallowed hard and forced myself to take a deep breath, trying to calm the surge of panic threatening to overwhelm me. I turned back to the computer screen, my fingers frozen on the mouse. I couldn't bring myself to look again, not yet. I sat there for a moment, my breath shallow and quick, trying to steady myself. The sound of the game still played in my ears, but it was distant now, like it was coming from far away. I forced myself to focus, to convince myself it was just my imagination playing tricks on me, that nothing was there. I told myself it was fine. It had to be fine. It was just a weird feeling, nothing more. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I summoned the courage to turn back around. Slowly, almost painfully, I craned my neck to glance toward the door again. But the figure was gone. The spot where it had been standing was empty. Nothing but the clear glass door and the bright, open yard beyond. The sunlight was still streaming in, casting no shadows. But that feeling of dread, that suffocating weight, still lingered in the air, heavy and oppressive. I exhaled a shaky breath, relieved but still on edge. My mind couldn't let go of what I had seen. How could something that huge, that dark, just disappear so quickly? It didn't make sense. I ran through a dozen different possibilities in my head, each more unlikely than the last. Maybe it was some kind of trick of the light. Maybe my eyes had played a cruel joke on me. Maybe there was a car parked just outside the door, and I had only imagined the figure. I tried to tell myself it didn't matter, that it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling. And then, something else clicked in my brain, a realization that sent a shiver down my spine. I had been sitting there for an hour, maybe more, facing the door, facing the front yard. I had heard nothing, no footsteps, no knock, no movement of any kind, just silence. If someone had been standing outside the door, I should have heard them. The sound of someone walking on the gravel path, even just the shuffle of shoes, would have been noticeable. But I hadn't. It was as if the figure had appeared out of thin air, without making a sound, without leaving a trace. I sat there, still staring at the door, trying to make sense of it. But the more I thought, the more I realized how wrong it had all felt. It wasn't just a person outside. It wasn't a normal encounter with someone who had knocked or stood there for a moment. That figure had been wrong in ways I couldn't explain. It wasn't human, or at least, it wasn't anything I recognized as human. The way it had bent over to peer inside, the way it hadn't moved at all, the way it had stood there motionless, as if waiting for me to notice, it felt calculated. My mind raced as I tried to figure out what to do. I needed to tell someone, but I didn't know who would believe me. How could I explain something so strange and unsettling? I thought about calling my mom, but then I realized how ridiculous it would sound. Hey, I think I saw something creepy outside the door. I wasn't sure she would understand, or worse, she'd think I was just being paranoid, overactive imagination and all. I sat there for what felt like hours, my thoughts churning, trying to make sense of what I had seen. But no matter how much I thought about it, I kept coming back to the same conclusion. There was no logical explanation for it. It didn't make sense. It didn't fit in with anything I knew. I couldn't ignore it, though. I couldn't just forget about it. Eventually, I got up from the computer and walked cautiously to the door. I opened it just a crack, peeking outside. The yard was empty, quiet as ever. I stepped out onto the porch and glanced around. No one, nothing, just the familiar view of the street and the houses around us. It was a peaceful neighborhood, a quiet area. There was nothing here that would explain what I had seen. I closed the door behind me and leaned against it, still shaking from the encounter. I didn't know what to think anymore. Was it just my imagination? Was it something else, something darker? Either way, I didn't feel safe, not in that moment. The feeling that had settled in my chest still lingered, like something was waiting, lurking, just out of sight. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of something being out there, waiting for me to turn my back again. I didn't know what I had seen that day, but I knew one thing for sure. It wasn't something I could easily forget, and it was something that would haunt me for a long time. It was 1998, a time when cell phones weren't as common, and the world outside felt a lot quieter. I was 18 and living in a small town. It wasn't the sort of place that offered much excitement, so when I got a girlfriend from the next town over, I thought it was a good way to break the monotony. Her town was about 10 to 15 miles away, and the only way to get there was through a long stretch of highway that seemed to go on forever. The highway was empty most of the time, just straight lanes lined with thick trees on either side, with nothing to break the monotony except the occasional house far off in the distance. The only lights at night were your headlights, and sometimes the only sound was the hum of your tires against the road. This night, I was driving to see her just before dark. It was a typical drive. I knew the highway well, and I wasn't expecting anything unusual. There were only a few cars on the road, and the one that I remember most vividly was a truck. It wasn't like a pickup truck, but one of those boxy trucks, the kind that looks like something a delivery guy would drive. It had no doors, just open spaces where they should be. It was from some plumbing company, and it was the only other vehicle on the road. At first, it seemed like any other vehicle, but that quickly changed. I drove past the truck, thinking nothing of it. There was no reason for me to even give it a second glance. The road was wide, 2 lanes each way, with more than enough space for us to coexist peacefully. But as soon as I passed it, the driver flipped out. He slammed his truck's horn and swerved right up next to me, almost as if he was trying to force me off the road. My first instinct was to speed up, get away from him, but there was something about his reaction that set me on edge. I could see his face through the passenger window, his eyes wide, his face contorted with anger. At first, I tried to ignore him. I mean, it wasn't like I'd done anything wrong. I didn't cut him off, didn't brake check him, nothing. It was a completely normal pass. But he was relentless. He kept matching my speed, driving right next to me, honking his horn like mad. I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on, and for a second, I wondered if I had done something wrong. Did I cut him off? I didn't think so. But this guy was out of control. He was yelling, though I couldn't hear what he was saying. I could see his mouth moving, and his hands were flailing around, gesturing wildly like he was trying to communicate something. But what? Then, he started trying to run me off the road. He veered towards me, trying to push me into the shoulder, where the gravel met the trees. I swerved to avoid him, heart pounding, trying to keep my cool. I wasn't sure what the hell was going on, but I knew I couldn't let him push me off the road. I had to stay focused. I backed off a little, hoping that by slowing down, he'd go ahead of me and I could just be done with him. But no, instead of getting in front of me and leaving me alone, he slowed down too. He didn't want to pass me. He wanted to keep me trapped. He slammed on his brakes, hard. I had to slam on mine too to avoid crashing into the back of him. He didn't care about his own safety. It was like he was trying to force me into some kind of game. I wasn't about to play along. I stepped on the gas, trying to get around him, but every time I tried, he swerved into my lane. I had to yank the wheel to the side to avoid crashing into him. His brakes screeched each time, and I could see him in my rearview mirror, frantically gesturing at me again. It was a nightmare. A surreal moment where the world seemed to narrow down to just me and him, and everything else felt like it didn't exist anymore. It felt like hours, but in reality, it was only a few minutes. My heart was pounding in my chest. Sweat was forming on the back of my neck. I didn't know who this guy was, and I didn't know what he wanted, but I was getting desperate. If he was trying to run me off the road, I wasn't sure what would happen next. He was crazy, that much was clear. Finally, I managed to find an opening. I saw a little stretch of road where I could swing out to the left and pass him. I took the chance, slamming on the gas and darting around him, hoping like hell he wouldn't do anything crazy. For a second, I thought I might make it, but just as I was about to get ahead, I saw him swerve again, trying to block me in. I pulled the wheel hard to the right, just missing him by inches. My car was faster than his truck, and that's what gave me the edge. I gunned the engine and pulled ahead, my car zooming past his, and I didn't look back. I didn't slow down after that. I just kept going, my heart still pounding in my chest, not daring to look in the rearview mirror. I didn't know if he was still behind me, but I couldn't risk another encounter. I drove faster than I probably should have, my hands gripping the wheel, my eyes scanning the road ahead. The trees passed by in a blur, the night growing darker as I drove farther away from him. When I finally made it to my girlfriend's town, I was shaken. I didn't know if he had followed me or if he'd gone back the way he came, but I wasn't taking any chances. I pulled into her driveway, relieved to be away from that madness, but still haunted by what had just happened. I didn't want to just forget about it. I felt like I had to do something, so I called the plumbing company that had the truck. I thought maybe I'd misread the logo or something, that this guy was just some employee on a weird late-night run. But when I called them, they told me they didn't have any trucks out on the road. They didn't even know who the guy was. That left me with even more questions. Who was this guy? Why was he so determined to mess with me? I never figured it out. I never saw that truck or that guy again, but the memory of that night stuck with me. I didn't talk about it much, because honestly, it was one of those things that didn't make any sense. It was just too weird, too unsettling. I kept thinking about how lucky I was to have escaped. That guy had no reason to act like that, and for all I knew, he could have been someone with a grudge, or just someone who had snapped. Maybe he was just a crazy person with nothing better to do. To this day, I don't know what happened on that road. I don't know why he decided to target me, or why he acted the way he did. But I'll never forget the way my heart raced as I tried to outrun him. The feeling of not knowing if I'd make it through that stretch of road. And when I think back on it now, the one thing that stands out the most is how utterly powerless I felt in that moment. There was nothing I could do, no way to defend myself against someone who was willing to do anything to cause harm. I didn't have a phone to call for help, and the road was so isolated that no one would have heard me scream. It's a strange feeling, knowing that someone you've never met, someone with no reason to mess with you, can make you feel like your life is in danger. But I guess that's the reality of it. Not everything is explainable. Not every strange encounter has a neat conclusion. Sometimes you just make it out alive and have to live with the uncertainty. And that's what I did. When I was little, I was really religious. Not just a little, but deeply immersed in the idea of faith. It was odd because our family wasn't what you would call devout. We identified as Catholic, and we attended church on most Sundays, but religion wasn't a central part of our day-to-day life. My dad was from Puerto Rico, and he was raised in a very religious home. He had been close to becoming a priest when he was younger, or so he told me, but for some reason, as an adult, he wasn't particularly focused on faith anymore. Still, I think he liked the idea of me being so interested in religion. It wasn't that he pressured me. I think he was just pleased that his daughter seemed to have found something meaningful, something he understood and had grown up with. My mom, on the other hand, wasn't religious. She was more practical, more skeptical. Religion wasn't something that really influenced her worldview. But for me, it was everything. I could see myself in the stories we learned at church, the stories about saints, miracles, angels, and visions. I wasn't like the other kids who just went because they had to. I actually listened. I paid attention. I believed it all. And when we learned about divine visions one week in church, something clicked in my young mind. The idea of people having visions from God fascinated me. I didn't think it was just a story. No, this was real. The pastor talked about people who were chosen to receive messages from God. I remember he spoke about Mary in a field, how she appeared to children in Fatima, and some other visions I couldn't recall, but that didn't matter. What mattered was the idea that these people, these chosen vessels, had been given a direct line to the divine. I started obsessing over it. I asked my dad questions for weeks, asking him about what it meant to be a vessel of God, and whether anyone in our family had ever been touched by God in such a way. I would imagine myself standing in a field, glowing in the light of divine revelation, hearing God's voice. I couldn't stop thinking about it. What if I, too, could be one of those chosen to carry God's message? I prayed every night. Unlike everyone else in the family, I would kneel by my bed, hands clasped tightly together, and I would speak to God. I would ask for guidance, for protection, and for strength. I wanted to be special. I wanted to be important in a way that I couldn't explain. But one night, my prayer took on a different tone. I made an offer, a vow of sorts. I told God that I was ready to be his vessel, that if he wanted me to carry his message, I was willing to do it. I said these words so seriously, even though I didn't fully understand what it would mean. I was only 7 years old. I didn't know what I was asking for, but I said it with all the conviction of a child who believes wholeheartedly in the power of prayer. That night, things changed. At first, I didn't notice it, but slowly, I began to experience strange dreams. It wasn't just the usual mix of nonsense that kids dream about. No, these were different. They were vivid, detailed, and they felt so real that I couldn't shake them when I woke up. I would try to go about my day, but the images and the voices from my dreams would linger in my mind, like shadows that refused to disappear in the light of day. One night, I had a dream that stuck with me more than the others. I can still remember it clearly, even now. It started with a sensation, a heavy feeling that swept over me as I was falling asleep. I felt like I was sinking into something, like the weight of the world was pressing down on me, slowing me down. Everything felt sluggish, slow, and thick, as if I was moving through thick fog. And then, out of that fog, an image began to form. At first, it was blurry, but as it cleared, I saw it, a beautiful angel, carved into something that looked like tin. It was detailed and three-dimensional, the lines sharp and perfect. The colors were vibrant, like it was alive, but somehow frozen, like a relic. The angel was still, and it glowed faintly, its wings spread wide. I couldn't move my eyes away from it. The more I stared, the more I felt drawn to it, like it was speaking to me, even though it wasn't moving. And then, out of nowhere, I heard a voice. It was soft, soothing, but there was something eerie about it. It wasn't a natural voice, but it didn't sound harsh either. It was a woman's voice, speaking slowly, carefully, like she was trying to make sure I understood every word. "Camo 305, the voice said, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It was so familiar, but also wrong. "It is very important that you listen carefully to what I am about to tell you. This is a message from God, and he needs you to remember it very carefully." My heart began to race, and I felt a surge of panic flood through me. My eyes widened in terror, and my body froze. I wanted to scream, to get away from this voice, but my throat tightened, and all I could do was beg. "No, no, not me, please, not me." I cried out, but the voice didn't stop. It continued speaking, slowly, calmly, as if it hadn't heard me at all. I begged louder, shaking my head, desperate to make it stop. The angel's image before me started to blur, its sharp edges becoming soft and hazy, as if the fog was returning. But the voice didn't stop. It didn't slow down or soften. It kept speaking, like it was determined to finish its message, no matter how much I pleaded. I was terrified. I could feel my chest tightening as I gasped for air, but I couldn't escape. I cried harder, calling out for someone, anyone, to help. The image of the angel dissolved completely, swallowed by the fog, and just as the voice started to say something else, I woke up. I was in my bed, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding in my chest. My mom was standing over me, her hand gently shaking me awake, her worried face looking down at me. She had come into my room after hearing me cry out in distress. I didn't know what time it was, but I was still shaking. "Are you okay?" she asked softly, but I could hear the worry in her voice. She had come in because she thought I was having a nightmare, but I didn't know how to explain what had just happened. I couldn't form the words. I just nodded, still trying to catch my breath. My mom tucked me back in, kissed my forehead, and left the room. But as I lay there in the dark, I couldn't shake the fear. I was scared to close my eyes again. The thought of falling asleep and having that dream again was enough to keep me wide awake, my mind racing. The voice, the angel, everything, it felt real, too real. The nightmares didn't stop there. They kept coming. I couldn't escape them, no matter how hard I tried. Every night, as I drifted into sleep, I could feel the same sensation, the heaviness, the fog, and then that image of the angel. And every time, the voice would come, speaking slowly, deliberately, and I would beg it to leave me alone. But it never did. I started losing sleep. I would stay awake until late into the night, my mind buzzing with anxiety. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't relax. I was scared of what would happen if I closed my eyes. My mom started to notice. I was always tired in the mornings, always irritable. One night, as she tucked me into bed, she asked me why I wasn't sleeping. I cried as I told her about the dreams, about the voice. She didn't understand. She told me it was just a bad dream, that I was imagining things, that God wasn't trying to tell me anything. but I wasn't sure if I believed that. The fear I felt was real, and the dreams felt real. How could she say it was just a dream? The dreams continued, but eventually they stopped. Slowly, over time, the voice stopped speaking. The angel disappeared from my dreams, and I started to feel more normal again. But I couldn't forget what had happened. I couldn't forget the fear I felt, the overwhelming sense that something had been trying to reach me, trying to communicate with me, even if I didn't understand it. Eventually, my fixation on religion faded. I never got confirmed, and as I grew older, I found myself questioning everything I had once believed in. Now, as an adult, I'm agnostic. I don't know what to believe anymore, but I do know one thing. The fear I felt back then, the fear of being chosen to carry God's message, was something I never want to experience again. It was a quiet, typical evening when I started house-sitting for my neighbor, a couple who had gone away for the weekend. The house was nestled on the outskirts of town, surrounded by acres of trees and farmland. I wasn't new to the house. I'd stayed there before, taking care of their dogs and collecting the mail while they were gone. The house was large, with creaky floors and a kind of old-world charm, especially with its long, winding hallway and big windows that faced the dark fields. The wind outside howled a little, rattling the leaves of the trees. The dogs were already settled in for the night. There were 3 of them, 2 large, muscular pit bulls and a smaller, scrappy terrier. They were used to my presence by now and didn't bark or whine when I showed up. They just followed me around, wagging their tails and waiting for me to settle in for the night. The couple had asked me to keep them in the living room when I was in bed, so I made sure they were comfortable with a blanket and some food before heading upstairs. The upstairs bedroom was just as I remembered it, neatly arranged, with a big queen-sized bed in the middle of the room, soft yellow light spilling in through the curtains. The kind of room that felt safe and cozy, perfect for resting after a long day. I laid down and stretched out on the bed, pulling the covers over myself, feeling the cool sheets against my skin. I wasn't exhausted, but I was tired enough to feel my eyelids growing heavy. The faint sound of the wind outside, combined with the soft ticking of a clock somewhere in the house, was lulling me towards sleep. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular, just letting my mind wander when I suddenly heard a noise from downstairs. It wasn't loud, not at first. Just a shuffle, a rustling sound, maybe a footstep or something else. I turned my head to look at the clock on the nightstand, just past midnight. Probably just the dogs moving around, I told myself. They were always shifting in their sleep, getting comfortable. Maybe one of them had bumped into something. I closed my eyes again, dismissing the sound. But then it came again. A soft clunk, followed by another shuffle. This time, I wasn't sure if it was the dogs, but they had been sleeping soundly before, sprawled out on their blanket. The terrier, usually the most active, had been snoring lightly, and the 2 pit bulls were sprawled out by the door, curled up together. Their heads shot up at the sound, their ears perked. I felt my heart rate quicken, but I tried to push it out of my mind. It was probably nothing, just the house settling. That's what I tried to convince myself of. Houses made noise at night, right? But then the dogs started growling. Low, menacing growls that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I could feel the tension rising in the air, a silent warning in the way the dogs' bodies stiffened. They were on alert now, their eyes focused on the door. The growls got louder, more intense, and their bodies began to move, as if they were getting ready to get up. I was still lying there, frozen, unsure of what was happening. I tried to move, to get up, but I couldn't. My body wouldn't obey. My eyes were wide open, and I could see everything clearly in the dark room now. The dogs were standing, their eyes fixed on the door, their bodies tense and ready to spring into action. The light from the moon outside filtered in through the window, casting shadows along the walls. Everything felt suffocatingly still, except for the growling and the noise from downstairs. It was then that I heard it, a noise that I could now distinguish with clarity. The sound was coming from the breezeway porch downstairs. There was a distinct rattling of a doorknob, followed by a soft scrape of something against the wood. It was unmistakable. Someone was trying to get in. I felt a surge of panic, but still, I couldn't move. I could only lie there, trapped in my own body, hearing the sounds coming closer. The dogs were now fully awake, barking loudly and frantically at the door, their growls turning into sharp barks that echoed throughout the house. They sounded like they wanted to tear through the door, but I was still frozen. I could see my phone on the bedside table, just within reach, but it might as well have been on the other side of the room for all the good it did me. I knew that I couldn't call anyone for help, not with the way things were looking. I was in a secluded area, miles away from the nearest neighbor. There was no one around to hear the dogs or the rattling of the doorknob. No one to help me. The fear crept in like ice water, chilling me to the bone. The house felt like it was closing in around me. The growls of the dogs and the noises downstairs made everything feel far too real, and yet I still couldn't move. It felt like I was suffocating, like I was trapped in my own body, unable to escape or even make a sound. I closed my eyes, hoping to block it all out, praying that whoever was downstairs would hear the dogs and leave. I kept my eyes shut, trying to force myself to calm down. The dogs kept barking, their voices growing more desperate with each passing moment. I heard more sounds from downstairs, a faint creak of floorboards, followed by another rustling. Then, the rattling of the doorknob came again. It felt like hours had passed. Every second stretched out, and I kept telling myself to stay calm, to focus, to do something. But the fear was too much, and I just couldn't move. My mind raced, spinning with possibilities. Who could it be? Was it just someone trying to break in? What if they had a weapon? What if they knew I was here? Eventually, the dogs quieted down, and I could hear them pacing around near the door. Their barking had lessened, but they were still restless, still alert. It had to have been at least 20 minutes by now. I was starting to regain control of my body, but my mind was still reeling with fear. My chest tightened with anxiety, but the noises had stopped. There was no more rattling, no more footsteps. For a long time, I lay there, frozen and uncertain. The house was silent except for the soft breathing of the dogs. I wanted to check, to get up and look, but my fear held me in place. What if they were still there? What if they were waiting for me to make a move? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, but I couldn't figure out what. Eventually, exhaustion took over. The fear was overwhelming, but my body couldn't hold on much longer. My eyes fluttered shut, and I drifted into a fitful sleep, filled with uneasy dreams of footsteps echoing through the house, of the dogs still barking, of the doorknob rattling endlessly. When I woke up, the sun was just beginning to rise. The room was quiet, the early light spilling through the window and casting long shadows across the floor. I sat up slowly, the remnants of fear still clinging to me, but the house was still. The dogs were lying down, no longer on edge. There were no signs of anyone having been there. I hesitated, my mind still spinning with questions. Had I imagined the whole thing? Had I just been so exhausted that my mind played tricks on me? But the dogs' reactions had been real. They'd been scared. And the doorknob, that wasn't in my head. It had been real. I got up and carefully went downstairs, my heart still pounding in my chest. Everything seemed normal, but the fear lingered. The door to the breezeway porch was still locked. There were no signs of forced entry, no signs that anyone had been there. Just silence. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been off, that someone had been there. But I had no proof, no evidence. I tried to push it out of my mind, telling myself that it was just my imagination running wild, that it had all been a strange series of coincidences. But even now, years later, I can't forget the feeling of being completely alone, trapped in my own body, with no way to escape whatever, or whoever, was downstairs. And I'll never forget the sound of the doorknob rattling. It was 2 years ago, a time when I was more curious than cautious. I had just heard about this new thing that was going around, incense that supposedly gets you high. My friend told me it was some of the strongest stuff on the market, and being me, I thought, no way, this guy is probably exaggerating. I didn't listen to the warnings about how potent it was, figuring that it couldn't be much different from the usual things people tried. I had smoked a fair bit before, so how bad could it be? I wasn't worried. I mean, how much harm could a little incense do? I arrived at my friend's house that afternoon. She'd been talking about this incense for days, and I was finally going to try it. As soon as I walked through the door, she greeted me with a big smile and led me to the kitchen. It was one of those comfortable houses where everything felt lived in, like it had been home for decades. Her parents weren't home, so it was just the two of us hanging out. I pulled out the incense, a small bag of what looked like dried herbs mixed with some unfamiliar stuff. It didn't smell like anything too unusual at first glance, but my friend assured me that it was potent. I wasn't sure what to expect. but I figured I'd take it slow and be cautious. I didn't want to end up way too high, especially in someone else's house. So, I decided to roll a spliff with it. It was my usual method, and I felt comfortable doing it. I took my time rolling it, the familiar motions calming me down. After it was done, I took the first 2 hits, holding the smoke in, just enough to see how it felt. Nothing happened at first, which of course, made me feel a little better. I'd taken the cautious route. But as I sat there waiting, nothing was coming over me. No buzz, no high. I started thinking maybe I'd been GYPT, tricked into trying something that was just some fake stuff. So I smoked the rest of the spliff, hoping something would kick in, but nothing. I didn't feel anything. Great, I thought to myself, wasted time and energy. I tossed the remaining spliff aside and decided I would go inside. My friend was at the kitchen counter doing the dishes, the sound of running water and clinking plates providing some background noise. I slid into one of the chairs at the kitchen table and just stared out the window, letting my mind wander while I tried to make sense of it all. I couldn't figure out what had just happened. Maybe the stuff just wasn't what I thought it was. That's when things took a strange turn. Her dad walked into the kitchen, his eyes immediately landing on me. I could tell from the way he looked at me that something was off. He wasn't angry, not at first, but there was a sense of suspicion that hung in the air. He didn't say anything right away. He just stood there, staring at me, and the tension grew in the room. It was like time slowed down. He then asked the one question that set everything in motion. "Did you get my daughter high?" The words didn't make sense at first. My brain was too slow, and I had no idea what he meant. I could feel myself start to panic, like something was wrong. I shook my head, trying to brush it off. "No," I said, trying to sound calm. "I didn't get her high." But his expression didn't change. Without warning, he lunged at me fast. I barely had time to react. I leaned back in the chair, trying to avoid the hit, and in the chaos of the moment, my mind was spinning. The chair tipped slightly backward, and I instinctively moved to push myself away from the edge of the table. I wasn't fast enough, though, and the next thing I knew, I was on the floor. He didn't hesitate. His footsteps were heavy as he came closer, and I scrambled to my feet, not sure what to do. The air felt thick. I looked around the kitchen in a panic and saw the sliding glass door next to me. Without thinking, I bolted. I ran for the door, but as I reached it, I felt something slam against my foot. I hadn't even fully made it through. His foot. He'd slammed the door with force, trapping me in place. The pain shot up my leg as I winced, but there wasn't time to think. I kept moving. I wasn't sure why I was running, but I just needed to get away. The door was locked from the inside, and my heart pounded as I knew there was no turning back. I yanked at the door, trying to break free, but it was too late. I ran through the yard, my legs moving faster than they ever had. The fence was the next obstacle. I didn't hesitate. I scaled it like I had done a million times before. 1, 2, 3 quick steps, and I was over, landing hard on the ground on the other side. I didn't stop. My breath was ragged, the pain in my foot adding to the exhaustion, but I just kept running. I didn't know where I was going, but I couldn't stop. My mind was racing, and fear flooded every thought. After what felt like forever, I finally slowed down. I turned around and looked back, but there was no sign of him. I stood still, letting the panic wash over me. My heart was still pounding in my chest, and my mind was struggling to catch up to what had just happened. I couldn't make sense of any of it. It felt like everything had spiraled out of control. Suddenly, as if nothing had happened, I found myself sitting back at the kitchen table. The water was still running in the sink, the dishes clinking like nothing had changed. My friend was still standing there, moving about her business, like nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. It was like I had slipped into a strange alternate reality where time had reset. I was in complete shock. My mind was struggling to process everything. I glanced around, trying to make sense of what was happening, but it didn't feel real. The events of the last few minutes felt like a dream, like I had imagined them. I didn't understand it. How could I have gone from running for my life to sitting there so suddenly? The more I tried to understand, the more it felt like everything was spinning. It was as though I was outside my body, watching myself in this strange moment. Was I still high? Was that all in my head? I didn't know what to do. I had to get away from this, but I couldn't figure out how to escape my own mind. I couldn't make sense of it, so I decided to just tell my friend what had happened, hoping she could explain it to me. She was the only one there, and I needed someone to talk to. I grabbed my phone and texted her to meet me in my room. My body felt heavy, like I was walking through thick mud. I knew I wasn't making sense, but I had to try. I needed to figure out what was going on. I needed something to calm my mind. When she entered the room, she could see the panic on my face. But I couldn't find the words to explain what had just happened. I just shook my head. Nothing seemed real. My body felt like it was floating, and my head was swimming. "I'm going to lay down," I told her. I had to clear my head somehow. I laid down on the bed, grabbing the nearest pillow. I hugged it close to me, trying to find some comfort in its softness. I was tired, but I didn't want to sleep. Not yet. Something in me felt like I needed to stay awake, that if I closed my eyes, I would miss something. But my eyelids were heavy, and soon I found myself drifting off. That's when it happened. The sensation hit me like a wave. I could feel the pillow against my chest, but it was no longer just a pillow. It felt like we were merging, like the pillow and I were becoming one. I couldn't separate myself from it. It wasn't scary, though. It wasn't fear that gripped me. It was calm, peaceful, almost like I was being embraced by the very idea of sleep itself. The weight of everything, the worries, the panic, the chaos, it all faded away. I felt like I was slipping into something warm and inevitable, like death was simply a part of the process. But strangely, I wasn't scared. I didn't feel fear. I just went with it, letting the sensation wash over me, completely detached from everything else. The weight of it all was comforting, and I didn't question it. I just let go, fully accepting whatever was happening. It was peaceful, in a strange way. When I woke up, I was in the same spot. The pillow was still in my arms, and I still felt the lingering sensation of that odd calmness. But the reality of the situation slammed into me. What had happened? What had I just gone through? The panic, the confusion, it all came flooding back, and for a second, I couldn't understand what had happened. But one thing was clear, I was never doing that again. I didn't touch the incense again, and I didn't speak about it to anyone. It felt like a bad memory that was better left forgotten. What happened in that moment, what happened with me, the high, the fear, the strange peace, was something I would never forget. And I didn't want to. I didn't want to risk experiencing that feeling again.